Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Muy feliz lunes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, bola de cabrones. Se hayan portado mal, como les dije. Y se hayan divertido bastante. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo. Ya saben, ahorita vamos a estar viendo, analizando precios, oportunidades en todo lo que se refiere a trading, como de que no, y también para checar cualquier otra posición a largo plazo en la que estén, viendo acciones, etcétera. Vamos a empezar, como siempre, con Bitcoin. Pero antes de ello, como siempre, traigo a platicarles un tema. Son varias cosas que ni siquiera tengo organizadas en la cabeza, pero como siempre voy a confiar en que la persona que me está dando todas las órdenes sepa lo que está diciendo, porque yo no tengo ni puta idea. Pero una de las primeras preguntas que les quiero hacer a todos ustedes es, estoy escuchado que están familiarizados, porque lo hemos platicado aquí también, pero en otros lados también, con el gran slogan de no tendrás nada y serás feliz, ¿no? Del famoso Klaus Schwab, el que parece el supervillano Doctor, el hermano de Doctor Evil, pero el verdadero villano de Doctor Evil. Les tengo que preguntar entonces a ustedes, si han escuchado esto antes, el no tendrás nada y serás feliz, you'll have nothing and be happy. ¿Esto es positivo, negativo y por qué? Es la primera cosa que quiero poner acá y lo voy a dejar porque esto es para un video separado, ¿ok? Pero me interesa mucho. Quiero que me digan, por favor, qué es lo que piensan ustedes. El tendrás nada y serás feliz, ¿es bueno o malo y por qué? Es todo. Y ahora no hay respuesta correcta e incorrecta, simplemente hay trenes de pensamiento de un lado o del otro, ¿no? Nos da absolutamente igual. Ok, está listo. Ahora, aquí es donde estamos llegando al límite. Yo creo que ha sido muy interesante ser un viejito de 40 años. Porque me ha tocado ver muchísimas cosas, cómo ha cambiado todo. Pero lo interesante cómo ha cambiado todo es que parecería que todo está cambiando porque hay nuevos jugadores entrando a la economía con nuevas ideas, con nuevas empresas, y esas nuevas empresas se están cargando a lo viejo porque se está volviendo todo mejor. Y nos habían enseñado que la tecnología era deflacionaria. ¿Qué es eso? Que, güey, acuérdate que antes era la idea de cómo nos vendieron básicamente todo lo que existe el día de hoy era para sustituir lo viejo y hacerlo más barato. No sé cuántos de ustedes se acuerden de esto. Ejemplos muy tontos. Cuando Uber salió, la promesa era, güey, somos más baratos que los taxis, somos más rápidos que los taxis, no tienes que usar cash y aparte no huele a meados de vagabundo. Y todo el mundo, no mames, hay un vehículo en donde puedo ir que no huele a meados de vagabundo, lo voy a contratar. Y al principio y por mucho tiempo, Uber fue más barato que pedir un taxi, por supuesto, y destruyó todo ese sistema. Pero ahora Uber es más caro que un taxi. ¿Ok? Luego teníamos Airbnb. Me acuerdo cuando Airbnb salió, lo emocionado que era de viajar, porque podías ir, quedarte en una casa, cocinar, hacer todo esto, y era mucho más barato que un hotel. Y tenías tu espacio independiente y estabas contentísimo todo el tiempo, ¿no? Güey, qué chingón, tengo toda esta casa aquí en otro estado donde estoy. Y todo eso se volvió, por supuesto, algo mucho más caro que un hotel, y no nada más caro, más una piña en los huevos que nada, porque vas a un Airbnb, te quedas ahí y te cobran un cleaning fee, pero tú tienes que limpiar. No tiene sentido alguno. Luego, rentar coches. Antes rentar coches era carísimo y después salió una aplicación que se llama Turo en Estados Unidos. No sé en qué otros lados del mundo la usen o no, pero Turo en Estados Unidos fue un gran hit al principio porque cualquiera podía rentar cualquier tipo de coche que quisiera por un día y eso le puso básicamente destruyó a muchísima gente que tenía negocios para rentar coches exóticos. Los destruyó. Y después de un rato, Turo te empezó a pedir requerimientos para poder rentar un coche y coordinar con la persona y las maneras en lo que hace y las fotos que tienes que tomar. Y acaba siendo igual de caro y aparte no te dejan rentar lo que quieres. Es lo que ellos te dan permiso hasta que tengas una cuenta respetable. Se vuelve una piña en el culo. Y esto ha ocurrido en todo. Lo vimos también con bienes raíces, cuando este güey, el loco que destruye todas las empresas en las que están y le siguen dando dinero, Adam no sé qué, que hizo WeWork, ¿no? Que al principio era, güey, estas oficinas son más baratas que una oficina normal y acabó siendo el conjunto de oficinas más caro que todo y se fue a la bancarrota. Entonces, todas estas cosas que nos habían prometido que iban a bajar de precio, que iban a bajar de costo a todo, lo único que en realidad hicieron fue darle más poder a pocas personas, que estoy seguro de todas maneras eran los dueños de la vieja economía, para poder agarrarla toda de una y que pocas personas, bueno, no pocas personas, pocas entidades puedan tener mucho mayor volumen. Y esto lo hicieron junto con los fondos grandes. No crean que esto pasó de la nada. No fue que los fondos estuvieran apostando en empresas que no tuvieran dinero. Estos fondos apostaron en estas empresas, les dieron miles de millones de dólares antes de que empezaran a hacer dinero para que ellos pudieran destruir a la competencia. Es muy a la Jeff Bezos, que tienes que darle a Jeff Bezos, es un crack haciendo lo que hace. Con Amazon, para los que no estén familiarizados por alguna razón, lo que hacía, bueno, todavía lo hacen y continúan, por supuesto. Tienes un producto de no mames en Amazon, ¿no? Que te está yendo cabrón, una mochila, digamos, para niños. Y la vendes, pero como pan caliente. Y por fin le llega la alerta a Amazon, güey, este producto está haciendo un chingo de varo. Y alguien en Amazon voltea y dice, ok, aquí tengo todos los correos de todas las personas que han comprado uno. Esto es el tipo de característica que tiene todos sus compradores. Este tipo de anuncios son los que han funcionado mucho mejor. Y ahora lo que voy a hacer es, yo voy a crear un producto aún más barato, idéntico al tuyo. Le voy a poner que es Amazon Original y con todos los analíticos, todos los datos analíticos que me estás dando tú con tu tienda en mi plataforma, voy a venderle a la misma gente que tú y te voy a sacar del negocio. Efectivamente, esto es lo que han hecho todas las empresas gigantescas y junto con los fondos más grandes. Y si entienden cómo se mueve el dinero en todo el mundo, entenderán que los fondos más grandes están diseñados y han sido una manera de pasar riqueza a través de generaciones y la han dividido de tal forma que nos hacen pensar que no es una persona o dos, tres, 10 personas que son riquísimas, son fondos cuando literalmente ellos controlan toda la riqueza y la continúan generando de cierta forma para poder moldear a la sociedad de esas formas. ¿Ok? Ahora piensen, antes, cuando yo estaba chavo, yo no conocía mucha gente que hiciera DoorDash, que hiciera Uber, que hiciera estas cosas. Y ahora todo el mundo conoce a mínimo una, dos, tres, cinco personas que se dedican no con tiempo completo a eso, pero lo tienen que hacer también para poder sobrevivir con una lana. No, y eso es cabrón. Lo que han estado haciendo es, están cambiando, y todos estos cambios vienen, son grandes más o menos. Lo vimos en los 90s, el Internet. Nos dieron el Internet. Del 2000 al 2008 fue como la cosa loca de tener una página de Internet que tuviera un gran nombre. Del 2000, entre el 2005 al 2008 fue la creación de las redes sociales, ¿no? Que fue lo que cambió y básicamente metió a todo, y esto yo lo decía porque entendía lo que Mark Zuckerberg estaba intentando hacer cuando estaba haciendo los edits del search bar. Y dije, Facebook quiere ser el Internet dentro de Facebook. Y es básicamente lo que han sido las redes sociales, si nadie se ha dado cuenta todavía. Es básicamente ya todo el Internet se mueve dentro de ellas y llegamos a otros lugares. Entonces, lo que han estado haciendo es cambiando cómo funciona todo ellos mismos para adecuar el comportamiento que están buscando en la sociedad, que es cracks. Este comportamiento eventualmente fue la oferta después de el Internet, que fue la primera cosa que reventó, ¿no? Te quedas atorado y tienes que sacar la nueva cosa, redes sociales. Sacas la nueva cosa, redes sociales, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Compañías de disrupción, las disruptivas. Airbnb, todas las que acabamos de mencionar, Uber, hasta Amazon, todas ellas, las que por mucho tiempo te ofrecieron un servicio mucho más barato de lo que costaba. Y aunque te lo ofrecieran así, aguantó bien, pero ahora el servicio es mucho más caro y es una mierda. Llegamos al límite de eso. Ya estamos en el final de esto. Ya hemos llegado ahí. ¿Cuánta gente no conocen ustedes que está ya cansadísima de solamente existir? Olvídate de sus problemas financieros, olvídate de sus problemas de relaciones, olvídate, ya están cansados solamente de existir. Y yo creo que todo esto es parte de esta gran combinación de todo lo que se ha dado y ha sido brindada a nosotros por la gente que controla el dinero, porque es como nos vuelven como nos hacen actuar de cierta forma, ¿no? nos meten en esta idea, nos hacen huevones, no quieres que vayas a comprar un sándwich, ahora el sándwich te cuesta $50 más solamente porque lo tienes que pedir por DoorDash, que es una mamada. Estas personas ya nos trajeron al límite de esta. Y estamos en el límite de esto porque el servicio es una mierda, los precios son una cagada, la gente que trabaja ahí no puede ganarse la vida, literalmente están trabajando ahí, no es perdiendo su tiempo, pero están como de relleno. Y esto está llegando a un final, ¿no? Es como lo que hemos dicho. Primero, Internet, después los sitios web, después redes sociales, después las disruptoras entran al final y ahora estamos entrando en una nueva etapa. Y esta nueva etapa lo único que lo puede solucionar. Y si ponen atención, están poniéndolo en todos lados, por cierto. No sé si han visto las noticias, Lucid, Tesla, Rivian, han estado diciendo, vamos a poder hacer baterías sin tener que usar minerales importantes, sin tener que usar materiales costosos. Y esto está pasando en todos los diferentes sectores, donde están encontrando cosas que no requieren, ¿no? Y es como los encabezados que estamos viendo, porque es como te están calentando la cabeza a entender lo que viene, y lo que viene ya está aquí, que es superinteligencia, ya está aquí, definitivamente, porque estas movidas no son normales. No importa lo que crea la gente, en mi opinión, estas movidas son mucho más allá de lo que podemos ver. Entonces, primero, como todo, te acabas todos los escenarios. Una vez que los agotas, tienes que entrar a nuevos. Y el nuevo que sigue va a ser el escenario de la plenitud, de que todo el mundo va a tener todo, o el escenario de la pobreza máxima, de lo que estamos viviendo aumentado 100 veces. Y aquí es donde va a ser interesante ver a dónde vamos. Yo personalmente creo que vamos al lado de la abundancia, porque definitivamente es algo que están empujando fuerte, es algo que están anunciando todas estas empresas con diferentes cosas que están sacando, creando, a punto de poner como producto fuera. Y ahí es donde me hace pensar, ok, vamos a eso, nos van a dejar entrar en esa realidad. ¿Qué va a pasar con todo el mundo ahorita que está cansado, desahogado, cagado con todo? Y aquí esto es a donde al principio de este programa les pregunté, ¿ustedes ven lo de tendrás nada y serás feliz como negativo o positivo? Y ahí les va. Yo lo veía como negativo. Y yo creo que la gran mayoría de ustedes también, porque es lo que nos han entrenado a ver. Pero piénsalo tal cual. Si lo que te están diciendo, y no tienes por qué primero crear una crítica sobre esto que te estoy diciendo, sobre esta frase, porque al crear una crítica, esto es lo que estás haciendo. Esto es lo que muchos de ustedes piensan, porque esto es lo que yo pienso. No tendrás nada y serás feliz. Me quieren hacer pendejo y hacer pensar que voy a ser feliz sin tener nada. Eso es un pensamiento mío humano. Eso es un error. Estoy criticando algo que todavía no existe. Pero si en verdad llegamos a esta situación donde literalmente no tendrás nada y serás feliz, ¿por qué a alguien lo vería negativo? El tener cosas te hace feliz, y es aquí donde tienes que empezar a preguntarte más allá de esto. Yo creo que nos están llevando más o menos a un lugar así, donde tener cosas sea irrelevante. Irrelevante, porque el todo puede existir. Y ahora todo el mundo va a decir, ahora te estás metiendo en cosas hippies. No, 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 no. Estas madres, la inteligencia que tienen estos güeyes, es, es como un genio de Aladino. Puede crear lo que sea de lo que nosotros conoceríamos como la nada. Porque recuerden, todo el conocimiento que nosotros como humanos tenemos, por desgracia, está basado en cosas para mantenernos y nuestras habilidades en una caja. Y no nos dejan salir de esa caja porque el que se sale está loco, el que se sale es un conspiranoico, el que se sale es una amenaza para el pueblo. Pero ellos, que tienen esta inteligencia artificial destapada, está buscando fuera de lo normal, de nuestra caja. Y esta inteligencia entiende cómo puedes crear todo, y por ende puede crear lo que quieras. Y ahora no te van a dar un título de ello, etcétera. Es tuyo, pero no es tuyo. Tienes todo, pero no tienes nada, y serás feliz. Eso es más o menos a donde yo creo que nos van a llevar. Y es interesante porque definitivamente el modelo, sea como sea, a lo que vayamos ahorita, ya estamos en la fase final del modelo de las disruptivas y tenemos que tener algo nuevo. Y lo único nuevo que está en la puerta ya aquí es inteligencia artificial. Y ahora, inteligencia artificial para volvernos más productivos y hacernos más dinero no nos funciona a todos. Eso solo le funciona a las empresas gigantescas. Tú quieres y empiezas a tener tus pequeñas de eficiencia, ¿no? En tu empresa y dices, güey, qué chingón, puedo mandar una carta a todos mis empleados y esta madre lo hace para todos. Pero estas empresas grandes literalmente van a empezar a correr con una sola persona a la cabeza de ellas y todas estas empresas van a ser literalmente automáticas, si lo quieres ver así. Va a ser un varo gigantesco y van a poder absorber todo lo demás, como lo han hecho a través del tiempo, que la gente sigue sin creerlo, donde una vez más, Google era un buscador, buscabas algo en línea, era una página donde buscabas algo en línea. Facebook era un lugar donde veías a la gente con la que fuiste a la escuela. Amazon vendía solamente libros en línea. ¿Y ahora qué se dedican todas estas empresas? Está ocurriendo enfrente de nuestros ojos. Por alguna razón, si lo dejan hacer a través del tiempo, y es por eso que son unos cracks, no creemos que esté pasando por ello. Creemos que es un accidente y que todo se alineó tal cual, pero es bastante claro. Solamente quiero poner eso enfrente de todos ustedes. Se me hace muy interesante el momento, punto pivotal. Y ahora, para hablar tantito del mercado antes de entrar a ver cómo le está yendo a Bitcoin, etcétera, tengo que decir, yo creo que tenemos un último impulso. Ahora, tienen que entender esto. El mercado y toda la gente en YouTube en este momento me está dando no quiero decir que me está dando la razón. No tengo razón de nada y no estoy diciendo nada. Simplemente están validando mi bias, ¿ok? De que va a haber el último cuarto de este año que empieza en octubre o el primer cuarto del próximo año va a ser donde todo caiga. Y aquí yo me tengo que preguntar, ¿qué tan rápido vamos a corregir de esto? ¿Y a dónde vamos con esto? Porque esto es más significante de lo que pensamos todos con solamente imprimir dinero y etcétera. Estamos entrando en un nuevo paradigma social, económico, financiero para todos. Para todos, para todos. ¿Qué es lo que quieren hacer con la gente? Y eso es lo que te tienes que preguntar. Porque definitivamente la gente se siente miserable porque lo han hecho a propósito para que sientas que no hay nada que puedas hacer, para que sientas que no hay dinero suficiente que puedas obtener, para que te compares con todos y nunca vayas a ser lo suficientemente bueno comparado con los demás. Te están haciendo, estás en deuda, continúate endeudando, güey, no hay de otra, porque te quieren hacer sentir que no hay salida. Y no seas parte de esas personas. No importa la situación en la que estés, todo en este planeta se puede arreglar. Y obviamente hay problemas mucho más grandes que otros, pero todo se puede arreglar en este planeta en ese sentido. Así que no caigas en esta ansiedad común que tiene todo el mundo en bola, no te sientas mal por ellos, enfócate en ti mismo, enfócate en lo que es importante para ti, crece con las cosas que te hacen feliz, que te nutren a tu alma, a tu espíritu, a tu corazón. Eso es lo que tienes que enfocarte en. Olvídate de estos viejos que lo único que tenemos que hacer es ver la clase que nos están dando a todos de cómo se hacen estas cosas, que son unos cracks de mierda, pero también si yo tuviera toda la información a través del tiempo y el dinero pasando a través del tiempo, pues me imagino que podríamos hacer un poco de lo mismo. Pero con eso los voy a dejar. Vamos a ver cómo van los bitcoins en este momento. Una reacción importante de lo que está ocurriendo. Acabamos de ver la mayor cantidad de liquidaciones en long, por lo que estoy esperando el rebote. Fue un movimiento muy rápido a los 112, 111 y cacho. No pude entrar, me quedé como pendejo, porque este era el extremo que estaba buscando. Es más, para que no crean que los estoy pendejeando. No llegó. Me quedé corto en 111,576 y 110,200. Me quedé corto. Tengo un long, pero estoy metido en una posición más alta. Estoy perdiendo en este momento, pero no llegó. No llegó. Estaba buscando este movimiento extremo o el otro a la parte alta, que es donde voy a vender el long, que va a venir acá. Y ahí es donde yo creo va a ser el final de la fiesta. Eso es lo que yo creo va a ser el final de la fiesta. Vamos a ver si es cierto, vamos a ver qué tan cercanos estamos a ello, pero siempre Recuerda, analizar tablas, analizar todas estas cosas, siempre es buenísimo poder pensar qué es lo que la tabla me está vendiendo, qué es lo que la noticia me está vendiendo. Y ayer, antes de que todo esto cayera, le vendieron a todo el mundo. Había mucha gente en X. Bueno, cuentas de estas tienen que ser falsas, definitivamente. No puede ser que haya gente haciendo esto, que están todos. Acabo de colgar el teléfono y me acaban de dar información privilegiada de Bitcoin que va a subir a no sé cuándo. Estaba viendo yo eso anoche y digo, ¿qué van a hacer? Y en vez de intentar adivinar, dije, lo voy a anotar. Están todas estas cuentas repitiendo el mismo post, pretendiendo que son ellos los de la llamada y diciendo esto. ¿Qué efecto va a tener? Ok, hacer que todo el mundo vaya long, chingárselos a todos para afuera, subir, hacerlos pensar que estas personas estaban en lo correcto y antes de llegar a ese máximo histórico que todo el mundo está pensando una vez más, abrocharse a todo el mundo. Y una vez más, la razón por la que estoy diciendo que el mercado tiene que darse la vuelta en el próximo cuarto o el próximo es porque literalmente ya hicieron que todo el mundo gastara en todas las pendejadas que pudieron haber gastado para tener excelentes resultados empresariales y ahora los márgenes van a empezar oficialmente a ser una mierda. Simplemente quiero decir, interesantes tiempos estamos viviendo, damas y caballeros. Entonces, para todos ustedes que quieran aprender de trading o para invertir, a mí se me hace esencial aprender tablas mínimo para aprender a invertir a largo plazo, para mínimo saber dónde agregar en los puntos importantes. Caigan a nuestro Discord, esto es absolutamente gratis de Elite Trading Academy. Les voy a poner la pantalla en grande para que la puedan ver. Es súper fácil de usar, por cierto. Los menús, aquí están, ¿no? Del lado izquierdo, Elite Trading Academy, te vas a meter. Los menús del lado izquierdo expanden del lado derecho. Si le picas al análisis de Alex, te sale aquí a la derecha. El de Farhan te sale aquí a la derecha. Pones criptolingo y te pone todas las abreviaciones también que necesitas entender, aprender en español y en inglés también, por cualquier cosa. Tenemos nuestro chat general, por supuesto, que es donde está toda la gente, todos los degenerados, Mango, dándonos ideas. ¿Dónde estamos parados, Mango? ¿Qué estás viendo, tío? Y ¿eso es el SP500? Sí, interesante. Vientos, ahorita lo vamos a estar checando y está mandándole los rangos. Ahí lo tienen, para que no digan que Mango no está sirviendo al servicio de la comunidad. P&L Cards también, vengan a compartir si están tradeando como Tomatito, el consejero oficial de Nancy Pelosi, un 708%, bien hecho. Felicidades, mi estimado, un 59%, respetadísimo. 69.9%, güey, eres un crack, mi estimado Ultrabot. Ultrabot, le has estado sacando duro al mercado, cabrón, te estoy viendo. Nada mal, un 145 short en Bitcoin y te dio un 500%. Otro short en Bitcoin, 136%. Bien jugado, mis estimados. Bien hecho. Pues aquí lo tienen todo. Y también tienen, por cierto, en la parte de abajo, aquí, donde pone Official Links, Partners. Entonces aquí pueden picarle para entrar a todas nuestras cosas. Esto ya acabó. Acá tienen el de B2Nix. Pero si quieren aprender como nosotros a tradear en exchanges de futuros, caigan a nuestro sitio web. Ya les dejé el enlace aquí directito para que vengan justamente a esto. No sé por qué les estoy enseñando todo el sitio. Te metes en cómo tradear en B2Nix. Este video de 11 minutos se los acabo de hacer fresco. Explica perfectamente cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo mandar tu dinero dentro de la cuenta, en dónde tiene que estar para poder tradear futuros, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un corto, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo poner un take profit, cómo hacer una orden límite, cómo hacer una orden de mercado. Todo lo básico para usar esto, aquí lo tienes. Ahora, te deja apalancarte hasta 125x B2Nix. Eso quiere decir que con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $150,000, de $125,000. Lo que diría es, no te palanques hasta el culo si no sabes hacer, más allá de lo que acabas de aprender aquí porque estás apostando. Aprende las bases, cabrón, no seas huevón, o te va a cargar el payaso. Y bajo advertencia no hay engaño. Es todo lo que les voy a decir. Vámonos a ver cómo van los Bitcoin. Good morning, boys. Guten morning.
Buenos días, muchachos.
How are you guys?
Doing well. Had a great weekend. How about you?
Good. Thank you. Exciting to see the price move. And I like the liquidation of the longs. That means that we have permission to go to that 121, hopefully.
People seem so surprised as right now, as if we haven't been saying for the past couple of weeks that we're likely going to get that silver cross retest around the low 113s. Like, if you don't watch the live streams, that's on you, bro.
Yeah. And hang on. And did you guys see last night on Twitter, on X, I'm so sorry, that people were posting, I just got off the phone and I can't tell you how bullish you need to be on Bitcoin. Did you guys see that?
No.
No, I haven't
What
seen
was
that.
that?
No.
I haven't
Dude,
been on Twitter.
apparently everyone was on the same phone call. Everyone, like every fucking account was posting that. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to pretend that I know what this is going to do. I'm going to take notes and see what he does. And like literally everyone was saying that. So price, obviously, they were inviting people to go long. They got completely fucked, right? When the market dropped. And now what I think is going to happen, because the bounce was insane. It was very strong, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it didn't allow for people to just come in right there. Like I didn't have time. I had my entries and I was showing them before in the live stream at 111,500. So I missed it by nothing. Fuck me. But it was so fast, the way that it came down and then went up. So that leads me to believe that they're not letting like good longs get positioned, which is good. That means it's going to go up. People that came in because they saw that it's so bullish are going to go in again when they see the price go up, and then they're going to get fucked. That's what I'm
right
thinking.
around that 121, 122 area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
That's what I am fully positioned for now. I just added to my longs as we speak, and now I'm fully entered. I'm fully inside.
Oh, must feel nice.
Not just the tip. You know,
it's
really important. It really is important, the spot we're at, and the spot we actually, to the T, bounced from. That $112,000 spot on Bitcoin is a major zone. But why should we have not been longing over the weekend? It was very obvious on Friday. We were finding some kind of resistance in that 116 region, which is very important to understand. This was the separation, really, in my opinion, before potentially reaching a new high. Now, we had a nice bullish reaction from that, but wasn't a fan of this here, right? I wasn't a fan of this almost double top on the 4 hour, losing $118,000, not even actually reclaiming it, rejecting it, which is important to see. You can just see for yourself. I don't have a line there, but $118,000 is very, very strong. It's very strong resistance, or at least a big zone that has a lot of liquidity. And so we just drew here a dotted line, very easy. For me, though, going into the weekend, I was cautious. I was understanding that the 4 hour wasn't a little tiny uptrend here, but we were actually in a bearish setup. You rejected all major moving averages, fell right under $116,000. So then at this point, we were still aware about the 4 hour uptrend, understanding that once we took it out, watching for the lower high on the 4 hour and also $116,000 retest was the idea on the Discord. Now, for me, it seemed very likely that if we started to reject $116,000, I'm not really taking this from the mid-range at 114,000, and that's just simply based on the 10-day. The 10-day had a really bullish reclaim. Now, we know how Bitcoin likes to work in these environments. It gives you a massive green dildo, and then into the next candle, you often get a throwback. This throwback often, more often than not, gets everyone extremely bearish before we either make a new high or go back to the previous highs that we rejected. Both mean that, you know, more than likely an opportunity zone to go long rather than short. Also, you had a 10-day EMA9 reclaim. You also got back above that $112,000. And on the 10-day, you can see essentially we're using that as May 21st wick high. So what you could be doing is you're just in the midst of flipping what was major resistance into support, all while getting a major volatility setup on the 10-day. You have 3 sessions of 0% volatility. Again, just telling you, really nothing has, you really haven't seen anything in terms of volatility expansion quite yet. So I agree. I'm not bearish at all. Actually, I'm quite bullish. And I'm looking at this as an opportunity to potentially make some shekels to alongside. We don't like longing up here. It doesn't really make sense. We were talking about specifically on the daily. If you reclaim, get the throwback and hold, it's good. Can give an argument to make a new high potentially, but still really does mean that it's quite aggressive. And aggressive because still even the weekly EMA9, if we look, didn't really get tested up until now. So yeah, we overshot it a bit, but really price seems like it's about to reclaim it again. And then using that 10-day was kind of the spot in confluence with the EMA 100. So when you look at even the daily, I mean, is there really an argument to get uber bearish here? No. Unless you lose $112,000 and specifically the daily EMA 100, there's absolutely no reason to get bearish at all here. You should be using the daily to position for the weekly and also the 10-day. Because even on this move down, we now even got another daily BBWP setup. So actually, really, in theory, this is perfectly primed up for bulls. Now, I will be aware, the 10-day is in a downtrend. This was the downtrend or the lower low break. But again, we're really just gauging the higher time frames now. And this can play into why this could be more of a bear trap on the daily. Right, the higher time frames for me look to be bullish, holding all bullish levels, and they're the ones giving us major volatility setups. So therefore, we do have to be watching specifically the EMA 9s on the weekly and 10-day very carefully. But that doesn't mean we should just diminish the daily. Understand now at this point, the only objective for the daily is to take out September 18th high. So for bulls, they need to bounce or at least hold here, because we do see in the midst of this move down, you're still getting volatility reset. So that could tell me that if you just even consolidate in this new range, could give you an argument for 0% volatility, just giving you a bigger BBWP setup. Or from this point, daily EMA 100 acts as a spring. Already seen this before. I mean, you've gotten very bullish big bullish reactions off of it. Why this one's even stronger is because it's just more solidified using this wick high. May 2020, what was it? 22nd wick high. So when I see that lined up, it is always worth watching. And when you see price actually bounce exactly at that region, to me, that is telling me that bulls are slightly in control, even if it doesn't seem like they are. And we're using the higher time frames to gauge that. I'll only become really bearish on this if we start losing that daily EMA 100. That is just where my system allows it. We then would target the SMA 200. And that would start telling me that, yeah, perhaps the weekly, daily, 5-day, 10-day, and 2-week are actually going to close not good. But until that happens, I'm not front running that idea. I'm not getting horny on shorts, wanting a $103,000 Bitcoin, all while we're holding the spot that we've been expanding from each and every time. Let's just look real quick. From this spot here, Bitcoin went up from wick low to wick high, 3%. So you can see big moves from this. Let's see how much we've already gone up from wick low. You've already had a 1.2% bounce. New York is opened. And, something to note is you're seeing those higher risk stocks, specifically like Tesla, break out. That's something you want to see. If you're going to be bidding Bitcoin, trying to get a bullish reaction, it's good to see risk in the stock market doing well in the midst of a red Bitcoin. Now, I saw on crypto Twitter, everyone's talking about gold, how gold's just significantly better than Bitcoin. I actually saw a few posts about that from different people. So I just thought that was funny. Let's see here. So today, the 5-day tells me that we actually need to see a reaction and we need to get back above 114,200. It's going to be very crucial today to see bulls get that bullish reaction. And why am I saying that? Well, you just don't want to lose this 5-day 9. It's the same setup Varun was talking about, which is when you get back above a 5-day EMA 9, generally leads to bullish expansion and bullish consolidation. It's not until even if you bounce off the 21, you lose the 9, you start rejecting the 9, leading to bearish continuation. So when we see a nice red dildo, we see we have hit $112,000. You would have been gauging that on the 5 days of throwback anyways, right? Resistance, green dildo, we're so back. Okay, cool, 114,000, got a bounce. took this high out with this candle, but now you're just throwing it back. Again, no reason to be bearish. Unless, right, you start losing this 5-day EMA 9. And this is closing at 9 hours. So this can tell me, in the next, before the daily today, you really do need to start seeing bulls pick it up. And they already are. So, it's a promising sign. But something to just be on your radar. If the daily starts losing the EMA 100, the 5-day closes bad, all while you're putting in a major volatility setup, yeah, something to be watching very carefully. Because where that 5-day closes will dictate this 10-day, in my opinion. And again, just with these perspectives, really not that bearish. Now, it quickly can turn bearish. Don't get it twisted, but still not really looking at this as really bearish, honestly. 2 days about to avoid the sell signal. Still has a day before it closes. Really tells me that this could just get bought up and actually turn into a nice candle. That's the idea. Bulls need to actually start picking it up, of course. Why this idea could solidify is, well, what would happen if this 2-day starts actually firing off at this region? You would get a nice busting action move out of here. So even volatility on the 2 days saying, yeah, that still is a real scenario. This could just get bought up and actually be in a flip into a green candle before this closes. Now that would be the most bullish outcome. You avoid, losing that $114,000 region, and you're just back within this range, leaving people who longed here very happy. And this was just a massive trap for shorts. It's very close. This is actually very close to firing off. It's very interesting. It's at 14.29%. So something worth watching for sure. And again, we can't act like we haven't seen this on the 2-week before. Green dildo, major throwback. Everyone's bearish here. This throwback holds. You hold 114,000 from that point. So we're in the midst of that, trying to get bought up. 5-day dependent, right? 5-day needs to close above the 9. But then the next following candle, you made a new all-time high. So, if we're in the environment here, it's really worth paying attention. And if we're not going to be, well, the daily and other things will tell us that quite quickly, specifically this EMA 100. You start losing that, yeah, that'll be the start of a major move down. And us we're either going to get a bullish reclaim, lose it, bullish reclaim, hold support, expand, similar to here. Or yeah, this is actually going to be the start of a major bearish move down. We're going to go to the low $100,000 region. From this point, if you do lose this EMA 100, you will have a 7%, target down in the midst of all these volatility setups. So that is why it's really important to see bulls pick it up. It's very important. So we'll go to the lower time frames now. I actually want to see how the 4-hour looks. You're getting expansion off support. All eyes to see if you reclaim the SMA 200. If you trade that on the lower time frames, you can just see that was the last spot you consolidated before going up. For me, if you get back above the SMA 200, yeah, you'll have that target up to 114,300. It's very important to watch this carefully, because if the 5-day needs to hold above the 9, well, that's sitting at that 4-hour target. So if we need this to get bought up today, it's going to be really dependent on the lower time frames catching a nice bid. And so far it is, actually. But again, just don't get it twisted. You've lost support. Any move up to that 114,300 on the lower time frames, you need to see that get reclaimed, and the 5-day needs to hold above this meme line here. If that can occur, then yeah, longs up here are really cooking into next week, in my opinion. So that's my analysis on Bitcoin. Still nothing of concern. And even here, we were gauging that daily 9 being the silver cross retest. You then lost the daily 9, and you also lost major support. Bitcoin gave you, in my opinion, 3 days to position. You had this to be cautious. We were. This to watch the daily 9 and 116,000. Once you lost the daily 9, you could have either positioned there, targeted the EMA 21 if you wanted, but we would have had the gauge with the 10-day. So, yesterday, I don't really see why people were longing specifically too. It is lined up perfectly, and it makes absolute sense that they would get a narrative going like that on crypto Twitter when a candle looks like this. So that's why you should just ignore the noise. When everyone's saying go long, I'll just go to my chart and say, well, actually, this is giving you a short setup. And I also know how important this spot is. You've seen major dumps from this exact setup. 116,000 deviation, lose the 9, and then you majorly reject. But you can just see here, EMA 100 did provide you a nice bounce. So that is why you still have to be watching that. Even if you get a major move down, rather you need to be looking at this as a long opportunity. And that's why it makes sense to be scaling longs here. The Academy is long. And I'm watching that very carefully. So for me, that's what I'm watching. $112,000 is still my line in the sand. You're still in the midst of this major range, and 114,300 ideally holds today. And you can just use the 5-day. Now, Tether dominance will go. And you can see you actually went a little past the EMA 100 on the daily, but still nothing of concern if you close under it. This tells you that, yeah, before today, you need to see this actually sell off. You've seen the EMA 100 hold as resistance, even if you've gotten a major move up. As long as you're not holding this as support, yeah, this is still going to be in bear territory. Now we're really gauging 4.4%. If I go to this 5-day, which again is closing today, you can see the extremity highs has been basically off of the 5-day EMA 34. And ideally now we just, again, don't want to hold 4.4%. So that, again, is the perspective, which is, yeah, today makes sense if you are trying to be a bull, to be bullish. This needs to start getting sold off. And it is, granted. I mean, EMA 34, same spot that rejected you here. So we need to watch 4.4% very carefully. And again, even when you held it into support, lost it, we were talking about a reaction up. So we've gotten that. Yes, it overshot a little bit past 4.4%. Perfectly okay. But now I need to start seeing bulls pick up on Bitcoin and bears pick up on Tether dominance. Because you still could be potentially putting in, because, right, the left shoulder isn't higher than the head. So it's dirty, but you could be putting in a head and shoulders here, all while you're just hitting major resistance. So it is something to watch here. And I will say you still have a volatility setup on the weekly, finally giving you 0% volatility. So you do have a volatility setup that allows this. Only way, right, this will start breaking out is if the weekly starts getting back above 4.69% for the culture, and you also specifically take out September 1st wick high. Weeklies getting back above 4.69% for the culture will really just imply the monthly is going to reclaim back above the 9. We know how important that is, so ideally that won't occur. And what we've seen is just, another weekly EMA 21 rejection or just a 5-day EMA 34 rejection, leading to a daily EMA 100 rejection. So still up against major resistance whenever TradingView wants to load, of course. We're always on TradingView's time. Perfect. So I need to see this really come down like 1.5% before today. So if you reclaim the EMA 100 while getting back above 4.4%, that won't be a good sign. That won't be a good sign. That most likely has implications for a bad daily on Bitcoin. But if you lose, let's say the EMA 100, but hold 4.4%, I'll be watching then to see a reaction. You're either going to deviate and reject and sell off, or yeah, 4.4% will start being major support, and you'll get another shot at potentially reclaiming the EMA 100, similar to here. You gotta start seeing 4.4% get lost. It's a big spot. I've shown this before. 4.4%, the spot you like to majorly dump on tether dominance. It's also the spot you like to hold. And if you hold this, then yeah, you get expansion. So it's going to be very important. Okay. Yeah, nothing of concern here. Quite bearish. Bi-monthly still in that sell. Bulls are just trying to get this green and get back. Bullish deviation. Interesting. Now the quarterly is closing in 8 days. And this is in the midst of a breakdown on the quarterly. Now I'm curious to see what the HPD on the quarterly looks like. Oh wow, nothing. But you can see this is actually, you're actually very freshly breaking down in the quarterly. Yeah, it got bought up, but this is losing this 21. You've had this, meme line here. It's been holding the wick lows. Just more fuel on why you really shouldn't be too bearish here. Let's look at Bitcoin's quarterly. I'll go to CME's quarterly. So you're about to potentially close back above a quarterly wick high, which is generally an implication of a breakout. And where is that wick high? Well, it's right at 112,400. Bitcoin there's a CME premium over spot. So then visually you can see, yeah, in 8 days, ideally, we just close back or close for the first time above the last quarterly wick high, which is always an implication for a breakout. Not even the last quarterly did that. So that's very bullish. I mean, in less than 8 days, right? The daily starts rejecting 114,300 is resistance. The 5-day loses the 9, and then in 8 days causing a sell-off all the way back under $112,000. Very well could happen. But then yeah, this is still in breakout mode. Once this quarterly closes, you should be gauging 112,000 to be just solidified as support. So, I mean, this quarterly is very bullish. You're just closing above all wick highs even, indicating to you that, yeah, Bitcoin is in breakout mode still. So going back to the tether dominance, yeah, still very bearish here, which has good implications for Bitcoin. And you can see there was a lot of chop. I know let me clean this up a bit. There's a lot of chop right around that quarterly EMA 21. Lots of chop. So it's a big zone, and getting lost is an interesting thing to really be watching. I mean, chop here produces people to just log off. Why am I going to pay attention to a quarterly 21 if we've just been losing it, reclaiming it, losing it, reclaiming it? But this price action tells me you lose it, and then you often do come back up to it. So then if you're going to get that reclaim, you're just going to come all the way back up, and then the quarterly is going to close above it. But then that could also mean that you're going to reject down, and then that'll be the start of a major move down on tether dominance, which then could be what we need for a new high on Bitcoin. Because from current price, losing the 21 would have implications to go to the 34, which is about a 20% move. With what we know with 3.79%, then you'd be in the midst of potentially a breakdown here. And from this exact region, you've seen terrible moves down occur. So we can't really act like this spot couldn't give us a 20-30% move down. It absolutely could. And that's why all eyes on this quarterly. Didn't even realize a quarterly was, coming in 8 days, but that's awesome. More data. So, in summary, Bitcoin has hit major support. I'm watching the daily EMA 100. Shouldn't really get too bearish while it's there, because while we're at major support, everyone's getting bearish. We're still gauging that 10-day setup, which has now, in my opinion, we've gotten the throwbacks. Now it's bulls need to start picking this up. The 5-day EMA 9 is going to be the spot today to really just defend. And if you're bullish, you need to start seeing that 5-day EMA 9 just hold. Because what we've seen before is we've seen moves to the 21 on the 5-day. Let me wait, that's not the example. It moves to the 21 on the 5-day, but losing the 9 just is not a good sign for Bitcoin. The 5-day 9 will provide you either a setup where you lose the 9, you then start shorting, or you reclaim the 9 and you start longing. So for today, there's no reason to overcomplicate things. Daily EMA 100s are extremity low, and now you should start seeing a nice buyback. And specifically today, you need to see Bitcoin get back above 114,400. Holding back within this range means that honestly, this dump did nothing to Bitcoin except take out a lot of, aggressive longs and trap a lot of shorts, which is great fuel for a new all-time high. Now, I didn't really talk about Bitcoin dominance because there's not really much to update. We're just going to wait for the monthly, and as long as the weekly EMA 100, right, is holding, then you're going to have a bias of going to the monthly EMA 9. That's simply it. And you can just start seeing that form support, hit. You're back above the 21. Now looking more and more unlikely like you're going to lose the 21 into October. You very easily can get a rally up to the 9. And remember, this isn't a surprise. It's simply because we lost the weekly EMA 100. We were gauging 57.4%. That acted as support. You reclaimed it, and now you've expanded. So, nothing of concern here. It's just exactly what we've been waiting and patiently talking about. So watch the monthly on that. Watch 112,000 on Bitcoin, and really, really watch the 5-day EMA 9 today. So that's all I really have. It's a very fun day, and at least we're getting volatility. That's all you really can ask.
True. And that, by the way, that Academy long that I posted on Friday has been triggered for anybody who took that. We are now in, and we are currently up. We are green. Nice.
Love to hear that.
But, so actually, let's start with the lower time frames on the bluffing. Sometime today, the oscillators will load. We'll just give them a second. They're feeling a little lazy. It's a Monday.
Yeah, we're on Trading Views time.
Yeah, we gotta let Trading View do its thing. It's one of those days, It's PMSing a little bit. You gotta. It's having some hormones. You gotta let it take a minute. All right, there we go. So for the last couple of live streams, I want to say like maybe a week or two at least, we've been talking about the silver cross retest. Finally, ended up getting it. It was a little bleak at this point when we were trading around $117,000 and closing off at that daily median. But we still ended up getting it nonetheless, and we are now hovering right around that 38.2%, which lines up a little, not exactly, but a little bit with this 55 EMA. That is at about 113,500, and the 55 is at about 113,800. Ideally, what you want to see if you to remain bullish to the upside and will be a perfect sweep of all of these lows is if you could close over this wick low is at about 114,292. So ideally 114,300, somewhere right there like that. That will also close you over this 21 EMA, maintaining the silver cross to the upside, taking out all of this liquidity in this zone, and then very likely you're going to be going to this top 38.2% at that point. And that is right now at about $119,100. We'd be up pretty nicely at that point. Let's take it from 113 all the way up there. That's a nice 5%. And if you're degenerately leveraged, which I like, who am I kidding? I already know you are. That's pretty nice gains. 500x times 5%. And Mr. Tomatito is going to be up like over 2,000% on that one. Let's look at the daily is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone. This is the area where I'm expecting it to flip back up while volatility is currently expanding. And right now, daily is putting in hidden bullish divergence because it's taking out all of these previous lows while price is maintaining a higher low, giving you 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence possible currently. And that will confirm with any close over, what number is this? 116,088. So basically above that median. If you close over that area, you will confirm 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, taking you a minimum target towards the 38.2%, although I do think you will go slightly higher, and I think you're going to go somewhere around that 68%, which right now sits at about $122,000. And this is going to be the area where, whether you're going to be bullish or bearish, if you don't want to close your longs, it'd be kind of wise to open up a hedge short here, and have your stop loss of the current all-time high. It's around $124,560. So that way, if this does end up being the lower high, you are positioned for with that short, and then you can just get out once it's get out of your long once it's confirmed that this is going to be a rejection. Probably the smart thing to do. I personally will be closing my long entirely in this area and just opening up a little short at around $122,000. And it has a very simple invalidation. You take over the all-time high, then you just flip back long. Daily Jewel is currently on a sell signal with the dark blue, but you do have the pink over the yellow in the background, which does take precedence for that. So somewhere around this bullish control zone is where, if we're going to be bullish, likely we'll flip back up, and that'll line up with closing over this 38.2%. Ideally, we'd like to see it close over 114, but you don't really have to. Just close over the 38.2%, and you should get another attempt at the 38.2%. And at that point, if it holds, then you likely you're going to go back up. But if you close over 114s, then you don't really have to worry about that. 4 hour. I was throwing away some dead flowers over the weekend, and I didn't realize dead flowers carry fungus and spores. And now I have a fungal infection, and it looks like I have mosquito bites all over my body, and it itches like a motherfucker. So yeah, dead flowers, don't touch them. It's called ringworm, by the way.
Sounds like the Colombian Cancun flu. Jesus.
It's very irritating. 4 hour 4 hour currently does have a fresh silver cross to the downside, so a bounce is to be expected from here, and targets to the upside could bring us somewhere around 114,000 to about 114,000, like let's say $115,000. And as long as we are below that, closing below that area on a 4 hour basis, this is zone for a lower high. Right now, momentum is breaking our previous lows, so there's no possibility for bullish divergence. But oh, my bad. Okay, my bad. Okay, I'm getting a message about Figo eating oil, so I lost my train of thought for a second. No worries, man, it's all good. Okay, so targets to the upsides are on $114,000 to $115,000, and as long as we are closing below the area, it is a higher probability for a lower high. Plus, you're below this 38.2%, so you should expect that area to be resistance as long as you are below that area. So probably if you are on that long, one of the areas to start TPing is around that 38.2% to this 9 EMA. I'm probably going to close like 25% of my long at that 9 EMA. At that point, then I won't have to suffer the what is it? What's the word I'm thinking of? The devastating loss of the round trip. Couldn't think of that word for a second. Volatility is a little bit high on the 4 hour. It does like to top out in this area, so there's some more hopium that you'll get your mean reversion from here, which will eventually turn into a reversal. Let's check out. Trading view is lagging hard today. 12 hour has closed below the 200. So right now, we are right around that 200 at around $113,000. Although I don't think this is going to be the resistance point, I think somewhere around that 100 is going to be the spot, 100 to the 55, right around that 113.8 to $114,000 area. And I think our 5 EMA is right around that same area too, right around $114,000. And the upper end of the spectrum with that $115,000 number goes up to the 38.2%, which even if you do go up to $115,000, it would just be a retest of this 38.2% and your 9 and 21 EMAs. Like if you were to be 100% like straight up with it, you should be looking for a lower high in this point. It's just personal bias that I think that this would be the low. I don't really have anything to back that up other than opinion, because it's not confirmed until you get back over about 114.3.
That's an interesting level because that's right at the index. 5-day EMA 9, 114.3, which is closing today.
Interesting. Let's see how that lines up.
Yeah.
2-day. Two-day is still holding the median. Interesting. The median was where I got the entry for that long run, but I did front run it a little bit. Didn't expect it to go that much below the median, although the stop loss did hold at around 110.7. Right now, 2-day is pointed to the downside, getting below the moving average, getting right around that reset zone, and volatility is now almost fully reset at extreme lows, almost 0%. It's at 3% right now. The 2-day jewel is losing the buy signal and is flipping over into a neutral, but it's not flipping to a sell just yet. And we're holding over that median. What's more likely at this point is, assuming we close over the median, is that we get another test of it wherever it is at that point, and then from there you likely do get a test of that 38.2%. And that will flip momentum back up. Volatility starts expanding from 0%. Last time we started expanding from these lows was a massive dumpski, and then the time before there was a massive pumpski. Look at the 5-day. Come on. Well, then there we go. Come on. It's doing the zoom thing again. There we go. 5-day is still freshly positioned to the upside of momentum. It's going to close in about 9.5 hours. And if this does flip back up, let's check these lows here. This low is 111,260. So no divergence present. But the last time we flipped back up in this zone was back in about April of 2025, and that marked a major low in the market before we went to new all-time highs. And the other time before we went to this flip back up from this area and momentum, it was in about August of 2024, where we marked a significant major low, and then we went to new all-time highs. So basically the same idea as now. As if we do confirm momentum to the upside and we hold this 21 EMA, we likely will put in a major low here and continue to all-time highs. But the confirmation for that low is going to be a 5-day close over about $117,330. If you get that, then that's your confirmation that you're likely going to go up somewhere around this 38.2%, which right now sits at about $138,000. But you're going to get some resistance at this median, which is at around $122,000. This is the area where I do plan on closing my long and opening up a slight little short, because whether you're bullish or bearish, there's going to be a reaction at this area most likely. Let's go to the weekly. Oops. Come on. Sometime today. I wish TradingView would have like a more expensive, double the price premium plan that just prioritizes you in front of everybody else. That'd be cool. Kind of like Yeah, kind of like Amex with the Centurion card, where the black card, where you can just skip ahead of all of the peasants in line. That's the only feature that I'd pay the $10,000 a year for. Just wait until the Amex lounge is super packed and there's a huge line in there. Only time I would use it is to just skip the whole line, walk in, and then walk right out, just to show all of the peasants with the platinum card that they have to wait in line.
That's, I expect nothing less from you, honestly.
Because to be honest, the Amex lounge is kind of shitty. The food
Yeah, they
sucks.
honestly are, though. They are shitty. And they're not separated, right? You were telling me that, like,
Yeah, it's the same lounge for if you have a black card or a platinum card. The only benefit is that you don't have to wait in line if you have a black card. You can just walk right in. And not saying that from experience. I don't have one. I'm very poor. All right, so the weekly right now is holding right at that bottom 38.2%. At about $112,500. And as long as we are closing over this 38.2%, very likely we're going to get a retest of this 38.2% and then move into the median. But I'd like to see it close not only over the 38.2, I'd like to see it close over the 9. And that is at about $113,500, which is probably what's going to happen if we close over the 38.2%. We're probably going to close over the 9 as well. Ideally, best case scenario is you close over your 9 and the 5. That could take you over 113.8, but you don't necessarily have to close over the 5. I just prefer to close over the 9 at 113.5. And then you get, what's likely is you get another test of that median, that 38.2%, wherever it is at that point. Right now it's at 112.5, and then move into the median. And that's at new all-time highs currently. It's at 128. Likely going to move. We're going to see wherever it moves at on that open. If it moves up to this meme line or if it moves down to about 122s. Weekly is starting to flip down the momentum. Not confirmed just yet. It will confirm in about 6 days and 10 hours, with volatility now going into expansion. And the weekly jewel is giving you a sell signal with the pink freshly crossing below the yellow. So if you were to mark with a vertical line, what happens when we get that? Let's see. There. We got one right there. This sell signal was also fueling a lot of my bias for that move down. This one is not going to be as relevant because it's significantly higher up, but I'll still take it. Not in the bullish control zone. Let's go back. Yeah, it's right below the critical zone. I think that should be enough. Take this first one with a grain of salt. And did I put it in the right area? No, it needs to be a little bit to the left. There we go. Yeah, now it lines up. In one candle, about 25%. Wow. And this one was close, about 32%. That doesn't seem so good. Seem too good so far. I don't think we're down even 25% or even 20%. About 22%, then 29%, very in line so far. About 24.69%, very nice number, very close to 25. And as of now, we went down 4.2%. Take it 25%. It brings us to about $87,500. Yikes. 30% brings us to about $80,000. Let's forget that we saw that. That's that 100, yeah, right around the 100 EMA on the weekly. Let's forget we saw that. The confirmation for that move down to the 100 is going to be basically loss of the 55, either a loss of the 55 or let's say a close below about $98,330, and then you're very likely going to go straight to that 200. I mean that 100. Let's go into 2-week. Today. 2-week is starting to look quite bearish from this, just from the candle. You still got about 6 days left to go to save it. Come on. 2-week is still freshly flipped to the upside on momentum. 2-week is putting in hidden bullish divergence after taking out this previous low on momentum. That will confirm with any close over about 116,747. Volatility is currently contracting, and you're getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel, which also has not been confirmed just yet. Right now, you're right around your 5 EMA, getting a little bit of a bounce off your 5, which is at about $112,800. This was also part of the reason where I gave out that long right around 113, which front runs that 5 just a little bit. And if you, as long as you do close, are continuing to close over the 5, pressure is still to the upside and the trend is still strongly up. But I'd like to see ideally is maintain a close up with this 5. But it's not the worst. If you close below it, I would just be looking for a move slightly lower at that point to test the 9 at around $110,000. And as long as you're closing over that weekly 9, then I still am expecting at least a retest of this 5. Sorry, if you lose the 9 EMA on a closing basis, then at that point, yeah, I'm going to start to get very bearish because whenever you close below the 9 EMA, you either get significant downside or you just get chopped. And this was like when you closed below the 9 EMA here. This was about 4 a month of chop before you started actually moving again. So that puts you a line in the sand for about $110,300 on a closing basis for the 2-week. As long as you're closing over that $110,000 area, which is right now the 9 EMA, I am still leaning more to the bullish side, to testing at least somewhere around 122. And the target on that hidden bullish divergence on confirmation would be the median, right around 122 to 123. Come on. And often on these bearish retests, when we go back up to the median and then reject it, it happens like quite aggressively. Like one candle up, people get all really excited, just goes up to the median and then rejects it, makes a nice lower high, and then makes some nice lower lows. Hopefully for my long, that happen or our long, because we're all in this together, the move up happens quickly. If I get liquidated, we all get liquidated. That's the way it has to be.
What kind of fucking bullshit is that? You're like the guy that, oh, hopefully if the plane goes down, my family's with me on the plane.
We all have to be poor together. That's how a community works.
You've been in XRP community too long, buddy.
Yeah.
That's how and that's how GME works too, and AMC, and every single community on the planet. If you sell at a profit, you're a fucking piece of shit.
It's so true.
So the monthly is still holding over our 5 EMA, based off since we closed over it in about, what was that, April, and the 5 right now is at about $108,000. As long as you're closing over that 5, I do expect eventually to get a test over the median, wherever it is at that point. Right now, it's sitting at around $130,000, which is slightly new all-time highs. Likely not going to test it on this monthly candle. If we do test it at all anytime soon, probably going to be in the next 1 or 2, and this median is going to change on this current close. Wherever it goes, not sure. Maybe it'll move up, maybe it'll move down, but that'll be wherever I'm targeting at that point. Maybe it goes down to 122, and then we get a nice rejection of the monthly median, because we have been getting every single time we've tested the monthly median, it has been a rejection. The only time we've been over the monthly median was on the initial rally in 2024, where we closed heavily above that median, and then we kind of just went sideways and down until we tested it again, and then tested the monthly 9. Right. So as of this moment, if we do continue see a move to the downside, I just and as long as if we see a move to the downside and we're still holding 108s, not really that bearish, so on a monthly closing basis. Can get a lot of bearish chop in the lower time frames, but unless you're extremely over leveraged, it's not really going to matter to you. And anything over, if we're being like technical, anything over 5x is over leveraged, by the way.
Get the fuck out of here.
But we're not we don't bother with terms like that.
No,
For us, anything below 20x is basically spot.
exactly. This, in 300, the famous meme of "This is Sparta," and then he kicks the guy down the fucking well.
Oh, yeah.
This is ETA, and that's basically our leverage, our way to defend it. That's what we do. This is just how we do.
Yeah, and anyone in traditional markets sees more than 5x, and they'll like, oh, you're just gambling.
Well, I am.
So what? So what?
Yeah. So what?
You are too with the suit.
Someone messaged me, dude, and goes, "Hey, Alejandro, this guy just said," like, I can't remember who, like, any of the fucking talking heads that's in one of the in the financial podcast. This guy just said that trading with leverage is just gambling. I was like, is this breaking news to you? Like, what am I missing here? What's going on? Did I wake up in a different reality?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's all we've heard for years and months. And you tell people you trade crypto and they just hear unemployed. So
yeah. Well, also, I'm also unemployed.
Well, that too, though. They're not wrong. I'm like,
they're not wrong.
Yeah, I claim unemployed.
Don't say the J word. Never say the J word ever.
Yeah,
You
that's
gotta,
fucking
you gotta give a
disgusting.
trigger warning before you say that word.
Well, you can't even say J word too, because then there's the other J's that take everything personal, and everything's a fucking drama with them.
Oh, I just got that one.
Come on.
I'm a little slow. Poquito retarded.
Come on.
I'm still basing on that one, but
The juice.
I'll figure it out.
The
Oh, I
juice.
see.
There you go.
He just went out and said it. It's like Kanye, and he's like, I'm not going to tell you what kind of doctor it was. Then he says it right after.
Jewish doctor.
Took no convincing to get him to say that. So on the quarterly, you're now forming that hidden bullish divergence that we have been talking about for the past couple of weeks. That if we make a slightly lower low on momentum on the quarterly, we're going to make possibility for hidden bullish divergence. Now we have ever so slightly, by a little ball sack here, made a lower low on this momentum, while price is still holding over the previous closing low of about $82,567. As long as we're closing over there, there's going to be possibility for that hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm with any close over about $111,965. That'll confirm this as a local bottom, confirming the hidden bullish divergence, and it'll give you a target of wherever the quarterly median is at that point. This quarterly candle closes in 8 days. Right now, the median is at 165. Likely not going to stay there, but probably going to move down. And whatever it is at that point will be the target of that hidden bullish divergence. It'd be nice to see it come all the way down to match my meme line at around $130,000. Wouldn't be nice because price would be about $30,000 lower, but it would be nice because it would make me feel good about the validity of my meme line. Let's zoom out now. And we'll go to the RSI. See if there's any divergence present. Nothing there. At this point, no. 2 hours giving you a God mode signal on the jewel. Only needs to flip into a buy. Let's see. A little bit. There is some bullish divergence between these 2 points here because price is making a lower low, momentum is making a higher low. Confirmation of that divergence right now will be, let's zoom in, any close over about 113,259. That'll give you an easy target of testing this 200 right around 114.3, 114.4. Lines up with the God mode signal and some mean reversion.
How mean?
Quite mean. Simon Cowell mean.
Oh, wow. That's truly mean.
Vicious mean. Hourly is now giving you that God mode buy signal, very close to getting the pink crossing above the yellow. This will be that perfect setup for a very nice and aggressive and a mean, mean reversion bounce up to the $114,000, $115,000 area. No divergence present currently though, because you are making lower lows on momentum. Now, if you want to make a bullish divergence, we'd have to make a lower low on price and momentum make a higher low. So there's on the hourly, there's no possibility unless we make a lower low on price. Come on. $30-minute is now forming some hidden bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below about $113,208. And that'll give you, and it's a rejection of the bullish control zone. That'd give you a nice target of this neutral zone, which right now sits at about $112,600. See where that would be. Right around this zone here, another retest of these lows. And the next level below there is the bearish control zone, and the simple moving average around 111.1 to 111.7. This kind of does look like one of those textbook bump and run patterns. Let me draw a little meme line right here. Oops. Let me find the picture for you first, and I'll show you I'll share my screen and show you what a bump and run pattern is.
Let's see.
So, there we go. Now I will open this and then share. Share this tab instead. Ignore the person who posted it because guys are kind of a retard, but the pattern's kind of valid. All right, so you get that initial dump, you get a retest, then you break it, and then you retest the meme line, and that's where you go up from. So now let me draw this line.
Wait.
Give you a retest.
You
right
stop sharing
there.
your screen.
Oh, I think whenever I stop that one, stop this one too.
There you go.
All right. And rejected it there, broke out, retested it. So now that retest zone would be right around 112.5. Interesting. The target of the divergence is around one. Where was the number? 112.6. Very interesting. 112.6 is the neutral zone, target of the hidden bearish divergence. Retested this line is right around that same zone. This is kind of a Jesus toast pattern, but if it fits your bias, it'll work. I believe Crown said the accuracy was somewhere around like 55 or 60%. Better than a coin toss. Come on. And the reason why I kind of like this pattern is because this is what I was basing off of in 2023 for that move up to about $38,000 when we were trading in the mid 20s.
And you can make it stronger, like use the daily EMA 100, the 10-day, EMA 9. It's all around the same region. So then you're just getting all this confluence. You're like, yeah, that's the spot. And you have that divergence, lots of things saying that's a good
Yeah.
spot.
And then everything added up together.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a nice pie of leverage. No, I mean confluence.
On the 30-minute, you have active bearish divergence now. This will be active as long as you're closing below this trading view load. It's like hard. About $113,535. You've already hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. So your next target is the bearish control zone, which is at about 112,100. This will update in about 5 minutes. Always, whenever we get these spikes in volatility, trading view works like shit. There is some hidden bullish divergence forming between these points and this point here, because we are making lower lows on momentum while price is making a higher low. And this will confirm, it's a little difficult to confirm it right now. It will confirm with the close over about 115,500, or to be exact, 115,455. And I will give you a target of hitting somewhere around this highs here, about a 117 to 118 on confirmation. The technical target would be about 119.9 for the bullish control zone. Trading View really needs a helping hand today. All of these lines in Trading View still can't perform. Anyone understand that? He didn't. That's okay. Weekly currently has possibility for some hidden bullish divergence as well after taking out these previous lows, while price is still making a higher low. Same number to confirm it, about 535. On daily. Nothing present there. It's the 2-day. Come on. 2-day is now forming some hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below, see, about 115,298. Yikes. And that will give you a target of hitting the neutral zone, which right now sits at about 111,850. Volatility is now freshly expanding in that extreme low area and about to get back above 15%. It's at 14% right now, and it closes in about a day. But we'll get to this in the momentum chart for the volatility setup. Come on. 3-day is now very close to forming some hidden bullish divergence, very close to taking out this previous low, while momentum price is still making a higher low. And confirmation right now, if we do make a lower low, is going to be closing over 117,483. A little difficult to do. Volatility is now at extreme lows. Come on. 5 days now also forming bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below, let's see, come on, 114,398. That'll give you an easy target of the bearish control zone, which right now is at about 110.5. We need to see a nice reversal before the end of this day. We're currently resting right at this 21. Weekly is also putting in bearish divergence. That'll confirm with any close below 114,398. That'll give you an easy target of this neutral zone, which right now is at about 101. Interesting. Well, we really got to reverse this soon. Come on. 2 week now. It still has that many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 116,747. You already have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. If you do continue lower, it would be another tap of the edge of the bullish control zone. That level is at about 1032. And the 9 EMA on the 2 week is about 110. That would be your first level of support. Come on. And monthly, I'm going to just front run it. Monthly already has that hidden bullish divergence still active by taking out this previous low on momentum. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing over about 107,412. And your next target is going to be to the upside. It's going to be the simple moving average at about 117.8, and to the downside is going to be the edge of your bullish control zone, which right now is at about 95,000. And the monthly is forming 3 drives of bearish divergence now, which will be confirmed with the close below 107.412, and that'll give you a target at this neutral zone if confirmed, which is right now at about 64.6. Now we'll go to the momentum. Let's start with the low time frames for momentum. Let's go to the 4-hour first. This is about a freshly closed in about an hour. And sometime we will get these oscillators to load.
Yeah, at some point this year.
Yeah, just some point they'll load. Whenever they feel like it. There we go. 4 hours currently flipped to the downside with volatility expanding from many, I believe, 4 periods of 0%. And we will flip up with a close over about 113,185, let's say 113,200. We are very close to that number right now. And we're just about to reclaim this 4-hour 200. This flipping back up would be confirmation for me for a lower term time frame move to the upside to retest somewhere around the silver cross about like mid 114s to low 115s. Let's go to the 8-hour. Also going to close in about an hour. Wonderful. There we go. 8-hour is also getting volatility expansion with momentum to the downside, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about 114,150, which we are very likely not going to flip back up on this close. 2 also closing. Come on. Interesting. Oh, that's nice. 2-hour now confirms my 4-hour bias already being flipped back up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 112.5, let's say 550. And the 4-hour pivot was 113,200, I believe. Yeah. Come on. I just ran an internet test and my internet speed is running at like 350. So it's not the internet.
No, it's Trading View. Yeah.
Hourly is now already starting that mean reversion, that very, very mean reversion. And momentum is now flipping back up. And you're putting in bullish divergence by making lower lows on price, slightly higher lows on momentum. And you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $112,610.
That's closing in another hour.
Come on. Please load. If I beg, will it work? There we go.
No.
All right. And 15-minute is currently flipped to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 113.320. So this is going to be the zone where if you can flip the 15-minute back up, that will also maintain closes over all of your major EMAs. Likely going to take it'll also likely take over your 55 at that point, because this is slowly closing, lowering as with every single close, and that'll give you a move back up to your 200 around that 115 zone. Let's go into the 2-day. Two-day with that volatility expansion now, just hovering below that 15%. Let's see what the pivot is. Por favor, por Miguelitos familia. Okay, there we go. 2-day is currently still flipped to the upside, but it will flip down tomorrow in about 1 day and 9 hours if we close below about 115, 160. So we really need to see price run it back turbo before tomorrow's close. And if that does happen and volatility flips confirms over 15%, that is going to confirm some major busting action to the upside. And I'm going to be looking for a minimum of a 10% move up from there. And if we were just for funsies, take 10% from 115, that's about $30,000 up. That's around $145,000 at that point. Just some quick maths for you. Five-day now sitting at that many periods of 0% volatility. Just getting to that moving average right now, not quite above the moving average, literally exactly at the moving average. And momentum is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $117,300. Unlikely we flip this back up today, but if we do, that'll be I'm probably going to be saying, or I'm going to be on the side that we're going to go to new all-time highs probably this month if we end up flipping this back up and firing off this volatility. The last time we had this volatility set up fire off in the next like 2 5-day candles, we had significant busting action to new all-time highs. And we are currently putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows, giving you currently 3 possible drives of hidden bullish divergence with momentum at extreme lows. But the confirmation for that divergence will be flipping this back up at 117,250. Weekly is also flipped down with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. I like to see that the weekly and 5-day are not really expanding on this dump, and they're going to be weekly is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,800. Come on. Come on. 2 week is now once again below that 15% on volatility, and giving us another setup possible, and we got to see what the pivot is. And 2 week is currently flipped down as long as we're closing below 119,100. So the volatility on the 2 week does start expanding while momentum is flipped down. That's going to tell you you're very likely at a minimum going to get a move down to the low $100,000 area at that point, but you're based on the average move, probably going to go a lot lower. And the average move is somewhere around like on the 2 week about 25 to 30, a lot more than 5 days about 35%, so somewhere around 35 to 40%. And let's just assume it expands from somewhere around here, although it's going to be a lot lower whenever it starts expanding. But it's just for the sake of bulls, say it expands from there. That'd bring you to somewhere around $84,000 to, let's say, 35%. Right to my meme line at around $73,000. That's going to be a lower low below the $74,000 major low before we went to new all-time highs. It's going to be very difficult to say we're going to go to new all-time highs at that point, unless we get a quick spike below $74,000 and then quickly run it back turbo over $98,330. That'd be quite a move, huh? A quick spike below to 73, and then a close back over 100K. That'd
At
be
least some
one.
volatility.
That'd be one hell of a fuck you candle. Trump announces he's banning crypto and then tweets "just kidding" afterwards.
No way. Oh yeah, like that for the. Well, right now the people that got off the phone to tell everyone to go long that you're not bullish enough, those people are saying that Trump has a huge crypto announcement on Tuesday.
He's gonna announce a new shitcoin. Hey, that'd be bullish if he did.
Of course, for that shitcoin.
He's dropping a cure for autism, so all eyes on that farm.
Oh,
No,
really?
I think he
I
said
don't.
today what the problem was, and he was like, "It's the water," or "Stop like drinking something." It was like something really stupid that he said, like something not stupid but like basic.
Like tap water, because it does make you stupid.
He already said it. Hang on, I'll find it. Go on. I'm sorry, Brian. And
What if I don't? But why does my autism need to be cured? Why is it an ailment? Does it what's the word? Does it lessen me?
I don't think it debilitates you, but
Yeah.
maybe write Trump a letter. I don't know.
I'll write him a letter. I'll say my autism is a power, not a curse. On the monthly, we are still freshly pointed up, putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility once again at extreme lows, giving us this monthly setup. And we are going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over 102.5. And this monthly setup, as every single time it has confirmed, has given us significant moves in the direction of momentum. And the monthly setup does have a 100% currently in playing out in terms of momentum. Even the last time, whenever we slightly flipped back up, we got a significant move up to new all-time highs. From point of expansion, we expanded right here, and then we went up another like 31% before volatility started resetting.
Sorry.
Right now,
because of autism, it's pregnant women taking Tylenol.
Really? Didn't know that.
That's what he's saying.
Switch to ibuprofen, pregnant women.
There you go. Now you're good to go.
Problem solved. Autism rates dropped by 99.9%. Yeah, that'd be funny if it actually happened. Let's see. 1, 2, and the stochastic is also forming that bearish divergence that's on the RSI, because we are still making a lower high from this high here, while price is making a significantly higher high, and that will be confirmed with the close below about 107.412. Right now, the bearish divergence is just a possibility, whereas the hidden bullish divergence is confirmed. No, so one quick glance at the 4-hour again. All right, so on the high time frames, Bitcoin is still looking quite bullish. Volatility is now completely reset, still holding over that 5 EMA, and you have hidden bullish divergence currently active on the monthly. You're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 102.5, and you're flipping up, maintaining the critical zone. The only other time we flipped up, maintaining the critical zone, was in 2017, and then we proceeded to do over 2,000% gains from there in the next like 10 to 11 months. I don't think we'll do 2,000% from here, but it's not too unreasonable to ask for like 20 to 30% from here to tap around that $140,000 zone and end up and put in a slightly, well, not slightly, but a good about 20 to 30% higher high, hit those divergence targets, front run that 160 zone, and then send it back down below $60,000 for that nice $45,000, $48,000 retest. But as long as monthly is holding over your 5 EMA, I should be expecting pressure to be to the upside. And the confirmation for the bear market for me is going to be a close below this monthly 9 EMA. As long as we have not closed the monthly below the 9 EMA, I'm still going to be considering this to be a bull market and pressure to be to the upside sooner rather than later. Start to close below the 9 EMA, and then that's where I'm going to be full on bearish, and basically any test of that monthly 9 EMA is going to be a short area and high opportunity short area. Because if you were to see every single time when you've gotten closes below your 9 EMA, retests of it have been very very, what do you call it, lucrative. You've seen significant moves to the downside after that. It shows like that it went straight up, but that's only because this is a monthly candle. If you were to go to the lower time frames, you ended up getting this move down, and that was, if you were to take it from this close, around 16, 20, almost 20% to the downside. And then when you lost it over here, you got a nice clean retest. You got a clean retest right there, and then some nasty downside move. This was your Luna dump, and you didn't really even have to know that Luna was going to collapse. You just had to see that you had a bearish retest of your monthly 9 EMA and then down. And on the 2-week, however, you're starting to flip to the downside. Everything below the 2-week is starting to flip to the downside, all the way down to the 4-hour. You are getting a volatility setup as well in the 2-week, but the hopium is that you're still holding over all of your major EMAs, and that this is going to be one of those setups where momentum stays to the downside while volatility stays contracting, and then volatility starts flipping, expanding, while momentum gets to extreme areas and starts flipping back up from there. As long as we are holding the weekly over the 9 EMA, that is going to be my idea. That volatility is just going to stay contracting, and the 2-week, I mean, holding over the 9, the volatility is just going to stay contracting, and then from there we'll just flip momentum back up and then get our volatility expansion. Weekly and 5-day are now sitting at extreme lows on volatility. I like to see that the volatility has not started expanding on these with these dumps, and that we're still sitting at extreme lows. On lower time frames, momentum is starting to flip back up. 2 hours flipping back up, 4 hours close to flipping up, but it hasn't just yet. And we're forming some hidden bullish divergence. I mean, a regular bullish divergence on those time frames, with momentum making higher lows, prices making lower lows. And that divergence is, if confirmed, will give you a target of somewhere around the mid 114s to low 115s, which is my first TP area for the longs that I'm in right now. And my stop loss is right now at our current week lows at around 100 and for the week. 111, yeah, about 111.5 is the stop loss, slightly below the current week low. And as long as that low does hold, I do think we will tap somewhere around 114s to 115s. So in short, in the short low time frames, I think we'll bounce from here to somewhere around 114.5 to 115. And as long as we are closing below 115, that is just going to be a lower high before a lower low. And if you close above 115 on a 4-hour closing basis, then I think we will be retesting somewhere around the 118s. But personally, at that point, I do think we'll go into the 120s, somewhere around 121 to 122. And I am at that still slightly leaning towards the side of that being a bearish retest and making a lower low from there. If you close a daily above about 123, then at that point I'm throwing out the idea of the bearish retest, and I think we'll go up to the 130s rather quickly.
Thank you so much, senor. Now we got Roku and SRPT. I have no idea what the fuck that is.
I'd like Roku, please.
SRPT. All right. It's SRPT Therapeutics. Interesting.
No.
It sounds like a scam.
The chart's not too far off from one. So
listen, everything is a scam either way. So let's enjoy the scams, please, without bringing it up. Let's all just enjoy the Ponzi's, okay? God damn it.
No, my bad. My mistake.
okay.
Thank you, boys. Excellent. Estamos viendo Bitcoin en la diaria, damas y caballeros. Rápidamente, quiero que aprendan de mis errores. Estaba yo checando esto. Estábamos por acá arriba en los 115 y cacho, en la parte baja de esta vela. Y dije, teníamos mi idea cuando estábamos acá es, voy a entrar acá, en este extremo, o voy a entrar básicamente en este extremo. Lo primero que llegue. Este fue el extremo que llegó, ¿ok? Pero este chop, el que se tardó todo esto y estuvo acá, ahí me hizo abrir mi primera entrada de mi long acá. Error, ¿ok? Porque pensé, cerró acá, está perfecto, ya chingué. Y luego tenía mi entrada buena.
Oh, and I apologize to interrupt you, but if you notice between futures and spot is slightly at a premium, so that does show you that there's more spot buying at this moment.
Yeah, touché. Thank you. That's a great point. Y yo tenía mi otra entrada acá. Entonces, estoy con esta entrada, pero no me ha entrado esta. Wow, suena horrible. Justamente en los 11,500 y se paró por $300, un pedacito en los 11,800 casi. Así que me la pelé. Y es por eso que es importante entender, cuando tienes movimientos trazados y sabes a dónde va, tienes que tener paciencia, y hasta que sea muy obvio que se te fue el tren, no entres. Eso es el consejo que me voy a llevar yo mismo el día de hoy de este error que cometí, que todavía no se convierte en pérdidas, pero podría convertirse en pérdidas de continuar en contra mía, porque ya bajando de estos puntos del 10,700, ahí estaría completamente equivocado. Entonces, importante tener esto en mente. Venimos y rebotamos perfectamente en el promedio del 100 y en la línea meme en los 112, básicamente 100, y estamos por encima. Lo que me gustó del movimiento, y les voy a poner el gráfico de 4 horas para que lo vean, lo que me encantó de este movimiento fue lo rápido que esta zona no la volvió a tocar. Cuando ves esto, que te tiran acá, lo que estaba haciendo acá era baiteando longs, como a mí. Me metió. ¿Y ahora qué nos hizo? Bueno, sacó a todo el mundo que se apalancó demasiado. Yo no. Todavía no. Entonces, ya sacó aquí a todo el mundo y además lo hizo rápido. Cuando tienes esto sugiere que vas a ver mínimo un retesteo más o menos por acá. Y es lo que nosotros estaríamos esperando. El promedio del 100, venir a retestearlo y tal vez no romperlo en la primera, tener una oportunidad de corto acá en los 114,700. Ahora, también podrías tranquilamente venir, rompiste esta zona, a regresar acá, a los 116,200. Entonces, aquí vas a tener que escoger dónde vas a tomar tu take profit y qué no. La otra cosa que tenemos que ver es el SMI 200. Lo perdimos, lo retesteamos, que es la línea morada que están viendo acá. Lo perdimos, retesteamos, cerramos por debajo, retesteamos, estamos dando la sugerencia que vamos a cerrar por debajo y faltan 38 minutos y 49 segundos. De cerrar por acá abajo, este bait de longs también podría irse más para abajo y llevarse a todo el mundo de corbata. Y aquí definitivamente eliminar a todos, incluyéndome a mí. Ahí ya nos llevaría a todos absolutamente a la verga, aunque ella se llevó una gran cantidad de liquidez, por lo que tal vez, esto sí vaya del lado que hemos dicho. Para mí, el siguiente movimiento sigue siendo, si es que no ya colapsa, a los 121. Más o menos 119 a 121 es donde deberíamos de encontrar ese siguiente tope para tener el mejor corto que se pueda. Por ahora estamos cotizando en 102,800. Vamos a analizar esto desde atrás, en la de 3 meses, damas y caballeros. 3 meses nos pinta otra vez la amenaza de la vela topera. Lo pueden ver acá. Esta amenaza de vela topera es lo que nos ha dado fin de cada ciclo. Tuvimos una acá que fue demasiado topera en el 2021 y tenemos esta acá. Bueno, también tuvimos las de, no fue vela topera, la del 2017, no en la trimestral, bien, ok. Pero esto podría resultar en justamente eso. Podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 5 está justamente en los 91, 892 básicamente, y el 9 en los 74. Lo que les quiero decir es esto. Si están viendo acá nuestros promedios del 9 tan abajo, vemos que tenemos tanto espacio entre todos, todo esto sigue siendo alcista. Y esta vela va a cerrar en 8 días y 9 minutos. Así que una semana y un día vamos a ver y vamos a entender si esto va a ser el principio del fin o no. Porque recuerden, cada que la volatilidad baja por el promedio y el promedio luego le sigue, más o menos por esta zona es el tope local. Igual y se pudo dar acá. Igual pudo ser la vela pasada. Pero en estas, por ejemplo, fue enero 21, ¿no? Octubre del 2021, fue básicamente esto el tope, acá. Entonces se encontró tope, pum, del punto más bajo acá, y esto fue más o menos cuando se hizo para atrás. En el 2017, básicamente lo tuviste acá, y una vez que cayó, en que empezaste a caer, ese fue el empezaste a caer en el ciclo. Esto es más o menos como cada ciclo. Entonces, si crees en la teoría de ciclos, 1, 2, esto podría ser el tercero, esto todavía podría doblarse para arriba y quedarse acá, pero eso es lo que estaríamos viendo. Si ya no crecen los ciclos, no te preocupes, pues esto es información de más para ti. Pero por ahora la volatilidad continúa expandiendo y está amenazando con contraer, pero nada más de eso. Voy a ponerlos en el HBDR para que lo puedan ver una vez más. Tenemos nuestra parte baja de la zona azul en los 75, de perder estos 92 del promedio del 9 o los 141, que es la media. Mensual, estamos en la misma tendencia alcista todavía, no hemos perdido absolutamente nada de ella. Estaba rechazando nuestra media justamente acá, nos rechazó por un pelo de rana calva, hija de puta. Y ahora esto nos mandó al promedio del 5. El promedio del 5 está en los 109,706 y rebotamos. Por ahora estamos rebotando por encima. Siempre y cuando estemos por encima de los 109,701, deberíamos de aguantar e ir a buscar una vez más esta media. De perder los 109, nuestro siguiente objetivo será el promedio del 9, que está en los $101,200. Ahora, este es un punto pivote importante. Si llegas a perder los $102,000 en Bitcoin, muy probablemente cualquier objetivo alcista a corto plazo, y me refiero a probablemente 6 meses o, sí, entre 3 y 6 meses, no vas a ver un tope, vas a ver más bien una gran caída. Estila como la de los aranceles, porque también le pusieron aranceles a Bitcoin, me acuerdo, perfecto, ¿no? Por ahora continúa siendo tendencia alta, pero también recuerden que tenemos un setup de volatilidad brutal armándose por acá, lo que nos dice que va a haber un movimiento muy, muy agresivo del lado de Bitcoin, y como todos ustedes saben, tiene solamente que ser alcista, es imposible que sea bajista. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos vela topera con follow through instantáneo acá y acá, pero aún así estamos aguantando por encima de los 112 y esto podría ser simplemente un SFI para ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul en los $140,000. Por ahora, nuestro primer objetivo debería ser poder romper la media que está en los 114. Con eso se empieza a abrir la oportunidad de venir aquí arriba. Ahora, de perder los 111,263, es donde empiezas ya a ver que podrías caer fácilmente a los 102, que es donde está el promedio del promedio del 21 en la de 2 semanas. Tienes momentum apuntando para abajo y también tienes volatilidad apuntando al punto, uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla en toda la historia, lo que sugiere un movimiento demasiado agresivo, ya sea a los 140, a los 96 y de ahí al 61.8% en los 84. Vamos a ver cuál es el que se da. Semanal, tenemos periodos de nula volatilidad, lo que nos está dando un setup de jamás, muy explosivo, sea a la alza o a la baja. Estamos por ahora perdiendo la parte baja de la zona azul y al perder la parte baja de la zona azul nos está aguantando el promedio del 5. De perder, una vez más, yo pondría la línea en la arena son los 112,100. Si pierdes los 112,100, ahí es donde empiezas ya empezarías ya a ver caídas más fuertes. Y primer objetivo van a ser los 109,500, de ahí vas a ver los 107,200, más o menos donde está la línea meme. De ahí tu siguiente objetivo potente debería de ser por ahí de los 98. Bueno, los 102. Y si no aguantan los 102, 98, no aguantan los 98, 92, no aguantan los 92, 87, no aguantan los 87 y continúas para abajo. Es bastante obvio. 5 días. Periodos de muchísima nula volatilidad, preparando un setup de jamás, una vez más, explosivo. Estamos, justamente esto fue el bias que yo tenía para, esto va a aguantar también, el promedio del 21 en los 112,100 básicamente. Y coincide con la línea meme. Aguantó y rebotamos. Estamos poniendo y pintando una vela de indecisión que cierra literalmente el día de hoy en 8 horas y 32 minutos esta vela de 5 días. Atentos a ello. No tenemos una vela topera, tenemos un hanging man, tenemos esta vela de indecisión, tuviste esta vela de indecisión, esta vela de indecisión y estas velas alcistas. Está literalmente engañando a todo el mundo esta chingadera. Nuestro siguiente objetivo acá, si podemos aguantar los 112, deberían de ser los 113,500, de romper 113,500, muy probablemente vas a los 115 y de poder romper los 115, 121 sería el siguiente objetivo. Es lo que esperarías que se dé. Pero te llevas los 112 para abajo y 107 van a ser 107 va a ser tu siguiente objetivo, básicamente. Diaria tienes también volatilidad ya contrayendo al punto de estos puntos bajos. Ya cualquier cosa por encima del 15% nos va a dar un cero potente para empezarlo. Venimos y lo importante de esto fue, yo creí que si íbamos a venir a tocar el promedio del 100, nos iba a espantar más con una bajada más buena, que es por eso que tenía mi entrada más abajo. Pero no, en realidad vino, apenas lo tocó y rebotó con un chingo de fuerza. Lo primero que nos gustaría ver si somos alcistas es que retomáramos los 113. De ahí los 113,500. De ahí los 115, de los 115 para arriba. Ya podríamos empezar a hablar. Pero por ahora, en la diaria, el promedio del 100, que lo habíamos recuperado, en realidad esto fue en septiembre, el 10 de septiembre. Entonces, hace 10 días estuvimos más o menos por esta zona. Vamos a ver si rebotamos o si no. Pero de poder hacerlo, el primer objetivo, 113,000, 113, 113,500, de ahí 115, y pues podrías ver para arriba. Nada más no quieres perder esta zona. Yo diría que tu zona a perder, olvídate de la línea meme, va a ser tu EMA 100. Pierdes el EMA 100 en la diaria y vámonos a la verga. 12 horas, quiero ver si nos pinta un setup de volatilidad o no. Lo está dando, y este setup de volatilidad que está dando en la de 12 horas es a la baja, cabrones. Entonces, aquí pendientes, los que estamos atorados, esperando mejores precios, si esto continúa expandiendo con mucha fuerza, perdemos el promedio del 200 en la de 12 horas, venimos, retesteamos y nos dice que va para abajo. Ahora esto está baiteando a todo el mundo a decir que va a haber continuación a la baja. ¿Para qué? La gente ya no se puede subir en el long en una posición ideal, sobre todo si les quito eso, lo pueden ver. Por esto, por donde estamos aquí arriba, no te va a dar la mayor cantidad. Pero si llegas a borrar esto y volver a caer más o menos a los 111, 700, ahí es donde yo diría, ok, olvidémonos del long, nos salimos y vamos a ver cuándo o a dónde va a dar la siguiente oportunidad. Porque yo creo que si perdemos esto, 109 podrían ser una buena zona, pero el 107, 400 sería para mí la más grande. Y de no aguantar eso, olvídate de todo. Entonces, este setup de volatilidad en la de 12 horas me hace pensar, 4 horas, estamos muy por debajo de todos nuestros promedios. Nuestro promedio del 100 está en los 114, 200. Pero atentos, no habíamos caído al 61.8% básicamente desde agosto. Y esto me podría decir que estamos tal vez, si podemos vencer este 61.8%, estaríamos ante el siguiente movimiento que sería los 114,600. Y esto tiene cara de que podría ser bastante arreglado ir a los 116,400, esta línea meme, que sería el retesteo de esta línea bajista. Esto sería donde tendríamos que ver si de verdad, esto va a ser el punto pivotal de todo este pedo. Si continuamos para arriba, chingón. Pero si nos rechaza aquí arriba, se acabó esto más o menos. 4 horas también expandió ante la caída, pero ante la expansión de la caída, ahora estamos yéndonos de lado con lo que parece ser acción de precio alcista. Lo que tenemos que hacer es básicamente esperar a poder cerrar por encima de este SMA 200, que es la línea morada que está aquí arriba en los 13,000, 113,000. Si podemos, deberíamos ir al 61.8%, 113,500, y eso ya nos empieza a dar nuestros objetivos a la alza. Lo que no queremos perder es en la diaria tu promedio del 100, cabrón. Pierdes esta mamada en los 111, 800 y vas para abajo. Para simplificarles todo este pedo a todos ustedes. Está la diaria, tenemos la zona de breakdown. Esto así es como la tenía. No, la tenía porque estaba agarrando esto. Exacto. Esta caída, sea como sea, normalmente cuando rompes una tendencia, como esta tendencia alcista que empezó el 29 de agosto hasta acá, tienes que venir a retestear. La pregunta es a dónde vas a retestear para después continuar cayendo o romper a la alza. Es a lo que estamos apostando en este momento. Nuestras entradas acá, toda la gente que entró con la alerta que mandamos el viernes, bueno, que mandaron estos cracks el viernes, están bien posicionados y deberían de estar en verde en este momento, yendo para arriba. Ahora, Una vez más, estamos esperando. ¿Cuál sería la invalidación a esto? Perder el EMA 100 diario. Punto. Pierdes el EMA 100 diario y todos los bajistas empiezan a tomar muchísima fuerza y terreno y a ganar terreno. Pero siempre y cuando aguantes por acá, esto va a ser más alcista que bajista. Por ahora, una vez más, aquí está bastante sencillo el límite. 111,800 es lo que tenemos que estar viendo. Vamos a la que sigue, que es SRT, algún pedo así.
Right. And I always see why we get these requests, because it's always like in the midst of something changing, something's different. And we see that, like, for example, the daily. It's giving you potentially a buy trigger. It's going to be very important to watch the daily close, because above the EMA 34 is a shift of structure. And you're really just looking for a breakout here to $22. That's where it becomes interesting, though, because $22 is a big spot. You've seen this region reject a few times, and also you have a major gap here. This is what's looming for bulls. This is, their dreams, hopes, and aspirations, gap filling up and coming up to that daily EMA 100. So that's why today it's going to be very important, because there's no actual buy trigger as long as you stay under $18.58. But as we see here, you are actually getting a nice green dildo above that. But you also see you massively rejected down, got a nice bounce off the 9. So I just simply want to see, right, this to be proven to be a price structure shift. We need consolidation above that. You don't just want one green dildo, one red dildo, and then you're just down. That's not very fun. So the more closures you get above the EMA 34, the more likely it's going to be that you actually are going to get a test into that $30 region eventually, or you're either then going to see consolidation for a long time. You're going to have logically this EMA 100 come more down, because it's very high right now. I mean, that was over 50% pump from this current point. But I mean, when you have a chart like this, it has just been going down only from the start of that SMA 200 rejection. It has been pretty easy for bears. I mean, it's like just throw a dart that's short and wait, and you'll make a lot of money. And that's just how it's been. So it won't always be like that. And so that's why the daily, it's shifting, it's looking promising, and we just need to continue to watch that carefully. Now, right into that daily EMA 34, you also notice that weekly EMA 9 sitting right there. It's very important. You're at a big zone. This weekly is closing in 4 days, and this is telling you that, you are right up against major resistance, and that weekly EMA 9 got lost, and so logically you got a reaction back up to it. This is a zone, though, you don't position long. This is rather the spot you wait. You either then get that consolidation above the EMA 34. That then leads into a nice weekly closure back above the 9. And again, you don't want just one green dildo and then a nice loss of that. It's very bearish. You want this to be proven to you that this is support, because you also get confluence of a major move up on the weekly. You see here, the 21 is sitting right at $29.61. Now, that's, lined up pretty nicely with our EMA 100. So you have two different time frames telling you, yeah, you definitely could get a major move out of here, plays into that gap fill, but you absolutely need to get back above the EMA 34 today, which seems like, knock on wood, it is going to happen, and then actually consolidate above, giving bulls a shot at maybe getting back above the weekly 9. If those two things can't occur, yeah, I'm going to be looking at this as bullish, and bulls are actually taking back control. Now, for me, $22 again remains a big spot. That's your breakout zone. You can reclaim the 9. You can get a little move up. It will not matter unless you get back above $22. So you need to really hold above the daily EMA 34 to actually become bullish on this. I do see the argument on why people would be watching this chart, but it's still way too early to actually be convinced and just max long this for a move up to $30. Watch the weekly in 4 days. And in the midst of that weekly, you most likely get consolidation right on that 34. That bleeds into a nice weekly, which then ideally then can help give you buys to maybe go up to $22. Once you get that trend shift, this is in breakout mode. You can see I have a major inefficiency here. A lot of shorts easily scaled this, short here. Where they're stopped, simply here. Again, this is like shorting. This has just been really easy for bears. For example, you've lost the weekly 9. Let me blindly just set limit order to short this at the weekly 9. Okay, that filled. Oh wow, that printed 9%. I'm conservatively measuring that. Here, this filled. Oh wow, that printed me life-changing money. And mind you, these are all weekly candles. Okay, cool. I got filled to the T here. Nice. I'll just take it to the next candle, right? 1 week trades. Oh, nice. Another life-changing money trade. So if we see that's very well respected, it can also be to the upside. And that's why it's worth really watching this region. So $22 is your line. If you break $22, I really don't see much that's going to stop SRPT from reaching that $30 mark. But that's why the timing is going to be very important. Nothing on this chart's telling me it needs to make a major move up right now. Absolutely not. You even see here weekly volatility. Yes, is resetting after major extremes, but you're still in the extreme zone. You're still at 77%, which can tell you that this range can still play out for a while, which could be looked at as bullish. If you want a 54% move up, you need volatility to support that. Not really getting that argument here, rather just consolidation. While then shorts try to just scale in, and then you take it from that. So mind you, you'll know it's bullish consolidation on the daily. You need to hold above all major moving averages. If you throw on the daily HPDR, probably showing a breakout. So this just gives you more confluence that, yeah, probably not a long zone here. Wait for more data, which is just more closures. Watch the reaction on the 34. If you continue to hold that, okay, cool. Now you have a long idea. You can get more bullish structure. You can have your stop, and then you can maybe get a nice, nice trade up to $22, which granted is like 17%. So even if, right, it's like even at this current point, still a 14% move to $22, which just tells you it's a good reminder. Don't have FOMO. Don't let one green dildo change anything. So that's my daily idea. We can go now to the monthly. And the monthly gets even more insane. It's like pretty easy, right? Monthly SMA 200, bullish above, very bearish under. I'm curious. Let's see here. From that SMA 200, I mean, what price was $28? This went at one point all the way up to $156. That's crazy. Or no, $182. My apologies. Insane. Wow. And then proceeded to go down 82% in 61 days. Pretty insane. So you have volatility here. That's for sure. This is a sobering perspective, which is, yeah, we can talk about 30, we can talk about 22, but again, this isn't a deep bear market and you have a lower low. So any move up to that monthly 9 needs to be respected. And let's really see. Let's see if we have a silver cross. Yeah, you have a monthly silver cross as well. You can see here, silver cross occurred. You got a retest of the 21, but then bulls took control pretty quickly. Here's a better example. Or no, you didn't get the cross here. Never mind. This is a better example. So you have the silver cross, and then you just rejected the 21 here. You came down, but it seems like in the midst of these crosses, you do get a big pump afterwards. It's interesting because the last two you did. Interesting. The point is, really, this is bearish. And as long as you're staying under $22, you really can't have too much opium. a major move up, specifically, as long as you're really staying under that EMA 100, yeah, you really cannot be bullish on this. You can have like moves and you can stay within a range, but I mean, I don't think this will ever reach like 150, 120 ever again. I do think though, if you do start getting back above 34, you get a major squeeze, you hold this, yeah, could open up a range for sure. But still, look at the reactions off the daily SMA 200. So then when we come up to this region and everyone's bullish, everyone's horny, longs are happy, very great chance it's going to just bigly reject. So still tells you that, yeah, you can make moves up, you can have counter, mean reversion moves, but that you still just want to be, fully aware that this is bearish. This is in a very deep bear market. And yeah, the quarterly definitely is putting in a nice candle for sure. Could maybe be a local bottom even, but still, it's like a move all the way up to 55. It's still very bearish and even would be a bearish retest. So just be very aware of this. I would not be investing in this chart. I would not at all, actually. But you can take advantage of the volatility. And so when you do see a daily setup giving you potentially a 50% move, it's definitely something worth watching. Just be very aware of that. You need more data, though, above the EMA 34. And really, bulls are going to try to hold. Really, they're really going to try to hold September 18th low. So that's going to be the low they're going to try to hold. If you start seeing this come all the way down, lose the daily moving averages, close under $17, yeah, this is cooked, and it's probably going to go all the way back to $14, if not lower. Because you also have a gap to the downside, so just be aware of that. And, well, more likely than not, probably gets filled. So go like, joop, and then fill, and then you can go up. Could do that. How I would trade this personally is I would just wait for the daily. I need 3-4 daily closures above the 34, and then I'd get my confluence or I'd get my confirmation. That's the right word. Once the weekly 9 gets reclaimed, and then I would start developing a trade there, targeting right around the 21, which just will line up with my daily setup anyways. Just longing here right now. You might as well go to the casino and get your free drink from March, because pretty much a gamble. So
sorry, Celsius is next. An excellent gamble point, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh man, I never changed the fucking stupid thing.
Oh.
I just realized. 1 second. Why is it not adding my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says XRP now.
There it is.
The banner says XRP.
No. Forget about the XRP thing. Yeah,
Oh.
it was just my screen wasn't even sharing. The internet's acting fucking ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. So you got Celsius next. Thank you. Okay. SRPT, que es Sarepta Therapeutics. Estamos en un punto importante en esto de las farmacéuticas, les tengo que decir. Y la razón por qué es porque va a ser ya muy difícil. Por ahora, yo sé que la gran mayoría, y si lo digo en voz alta, todo el mundo va a creer que estoy loco, así que perfectamente lo voy a decir en voz alta. Yo sé que creemos que el cáncer y todas estas enfermedades que nos dan son incurables y que nadie se puede curar y que no tenemos cura para nada. ¿Ok? Entiendo eso. Lo que les voy a decir es lo siguiente. AI puede curarlo todo. Todo. Pero ¿cuál es el beneficio de estas industrias? Y es ahí donde me pregunto dónde está el valor en invertir en farmacéuticas. Y la segunda es, bueno, el valor en invertir en farmacéuticas es saber que no quieren que nadie esté curado y quieren que todo el mundo esté enfermo, por lo que ni con AI te van a dar la receta. Pero empieza ya a sonar muy ilógico. Entonces, ahí estoy como en medio viendo estas cosas de lejos, nada más poniendo esas notas en mi cabeza, ¿no? Este es algo que tiene que ver con médico. Estoy en un gráfico mensual. Esto salió al mercado en 1997. Vamos a la trimestral a ver qué nos dice el gráfico trimestral. En chinga, podemos ver, tuvimos un gran tope justamente en el bust de las .com aquí arriba y luego no lo volvimos a ver hasta 18 años después. Después topamos en octubre del 2020 interesante, que fue un tope bastante no común. Y en abril del 2024 tuvimos nuestro siguiente tope, que fue básicamente cuando el mercado se cae. Ah, no, porque es abril del 2024. No tengo ni puta idea que esté siguiendo esto. Para nada. Este bajo que fue octubre del 2023. Ok, este fue el setup de jamás, lo que lo llevó hasta acá arriba. Pero ¿por qué ha estado cayendo desde entonces? Y ahora, tienes un setup de volatilidad trimestral a la baja, cabrón. Y puede llegar a extremos. Esto quiere decir que esto podría caer mucho más. Velo abajo del promedio del 100 que estás, que es la línea roja que está acá. Todos tus promedios de acá, del más lento, está cayendo lo más rápido posible, el más rápido, y está yéndose muy por debajo de los lentos, y eso no es bueno. Pregunto cómo se verá esto acá, si ya está en 100% o no. Sí, llegó al 100%. Pero ha llegado al 100% y lo ha tocado 1, 2, 3 y continúa bajando el 100%. Entonces esto no es algo de lo que me voy a fiar para decir, oh, ya, qué chingón, se va a dar la vuelta este pedo. Entonces, primer punto, el EMA 100 está acá y ve justamente con qué se alinea. Si pongo esta línea aquí, puedes ver perfectamente todos los puntos críticos, ¿no? Que una vez que rompamos acá, nos podemos hacer máximos históricos. Entonces, esta línea es muy importante en los $54. La voy a poner así porque no es una zona de fricción. Zona de fricción sería más o menos por acá, en los 34 y el fin de esto. Básicamente estás en este nivel. Se los voy a poner acá para que lo vean. Justamente en este nivel, que fue soporte, soporte, lo perdiste, resistencia, resistencia, soporte, 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 boom. De romper estos 12.26 a la baja, esta madre va a continuar a haber nuevos mínimos históricos debajo de los $2. ¿Ok? Es una caída gigantesca hablando de estos números. Pero o sea, para que te des una idea de dónde estás ahorita, a mínimos es un 86% más de pérdida que podrías estar tomando. Una vez más, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la trimestral. Vamos a la mensual, a ver cómo se ve esto. Ante esta gran caída, ya llegaste a extremos. Y ahora en la mensual, le gusta pintar extremos como sea esto. Esta sería como tu última oportunidad de que en verdad este mínimo aguante y no llevártelo a la baja en los 12.36. 2 semanas, un segundo. Vi un cruce plateado a la baja. Sí, también tienes un cruce plateado a la baja en la mensual, cabrón. En la trimestral, todavía no. 2 semanas, por supuesto que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y tienes todos los promedios al revés, pésimo. El 5, el 9, el 21, el 34. Es como deberían de estar si el precio está aquí arriba. No, al revés, es literalmente al contrario de lo que deberían de estar el S&P 200 aquí arriba. 20,87, justamente acá es el promedio del 9, en los 20,87. Es que no te sirve de nada el HPDR con esta tabla, por lo castigada que está. Semanal, estamos tomando algo. Ok, en la semanal, todos los periodos de antes, 2 semanas, mensual, trimestral, muy, muy bajistas. Voy a ahorita checar la de 6 meses en putiza, pero estamos por encima del promedio del 9 semanal en este momento. El promedio del 9 está por encima del promedio del 5, que debería del 5 estar por encima de, pero eso se puede solucionar rápido. Tenemos que ver si podemos aguantar estos básicamente 18.56. Y en la diaria veo el por qué creen que hay una reversión cuando en realidad está bien dibujada. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Y básicamente va a estar acá lo que quieres romper. Básicamente el promedio del 55 en la diaria. Si puedes treparte por encima de los $21, eso te diría que muy probablemente podrías ir a los 30. Lo primero que tienes que hacer en la diaria, y acá es interesante, un segundo, volatilidad está expandiendo a la alza con el precio. Has estado teniendo estos rechazos del 34, pero por fin lo pudiste romper acá por primera vez desde no sé cuándo y estás empezando a retomarlo. Si retomas el 34, que es justo el punto que estaba dando Alex, en los 18.54, 58, aguantas por encima consolidando, te llevas los 21 básicamente a la alza, vas a ir más arriba y tu siguiente objetivo debería de estar por acá en los $30. Pero de perder básicamente los 16.91, muy probablemente vayas a cerrar este gap en los 13 y ahí tendrías que ver si vas a aguantar, si va a aguantar este nivel. Y de no aguantar, nuevos mínimos. Esto es bastante riesgoso, honestamente, y no sé nada del futuro de estas empresas, así que no tengo nada de input para ti más que ver tus niveles. Si eres alcista, no quieres nada por debajo de los 16.87, nada, no quieres ver nada de eso, lo ves y a la verga esto. Y si eres bajista, bueno, si eres alcista, lo que quieres es consolidar por encima del promedio del 34 y luego el 55 y poder continuar para arriba, para arriba. ¿Dónde podría un stop loss en SRP si quiero entrar? Lo pondría aquí en 16.85. Y ahora ese es un stop loss gigantesco de 11, bueno, lo estarías haciendo en spot, no sé si haya esto en más, de 12%. Lo que yo esperaría, porque normalmente cuando revientas algo como el promedio del 34 acá que estás viendo, vas a venir a retestearlo, tío. Entonces yo esperaría y tendría paciencia a venir a retestearlo o hasta el promedio del 9. Pero aquí el 34 mínimo y poner tu stop loss aquí abajo. Eso si lo quieres hacer en largo, Elías, para que lo tengas presente. ¿Por qué? Te llevas estos mínimos, aquí hay un gap que vas a venir a cerrar y este gap podría ser una trampa, podrías encontrar un mínimo por acá que no tiene mucho sentido en esta tabla o encontrar no que todo el mundo creería va a venir a rebotar acá y hacer un mínimo más alto, pero se lo podría comer derechito e irse más para abajo. Es el pedo de esta tabla. Entonces, si quieres tomar ventaja de esto y eres alcista, arriba de los 18.50 quieres ver varios cierres, empezar a ver esos cierres importantes y después encima de los 21. Va a ser tu confirmación de que todo esto sí va a ir para arriba y podrás llegar a los $30. Pero antes de eso tienes que aguantar esta zona y va a estar dura la batalla, digamos. Alrighty, señor Farjano, what's next for you?
Roku.
Oh, Roku.
Roku like Goku, except
I was
it
going
kind
to
of
say, not to be
sucks.
confused with.
Goku is actually the superior product.
Absolutely. In every sense.
Indeed. There's actually taquerias in Mexico named Goku. I saw one, and panaderias. In Monterrey, I saw panaderia Goku.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Goku is the father of many kids in Mexico too, by the way. Just throwing it out there.
I love how they can just use that and paint Goku on their walls.
Yeah, they don't, dude. In Mexico, they don't give a fuck about anything. There's also, I've seen, like a tire shop called Shakira, and it's got pictures of Shakira everywhere.
And good luck suing them.
Yeah, like what is Shakira gonna sue 1 million of these fucking little shops for? What? They're not making any money.
So on the monthly on Roku, I think I'll do the quarterly. Do we have enough data? I feel like we won't. Come on. Yeah, and we do. So quarterly is just about to reclaim this bottom 38. Actually, no, we're good amount above it. Actually, I was looking at the wrong number. I was looking at this one. This is the top. So we're about to reclaim this bottom 38.2% and the 21 EMA, which has been resistance basically all the way on this downtrend. We've been below this 21 EMA since this closed here in October of 2021. And when we closed below it, we dumped another, what is that, like 83%? Not bad. closing over the 38.2% and the 21 EMA would signal a significant change in structure, and it would likely give us a spring off of this 38.2% into, at a minimum, the median. Right now, the median is sitting at around $114. I do think it'll go slightly higher based off taking out this previous lower high, and probably go somewhere around this projection here before this dump, and this was somewhere around like $135. What likely happens at that point also is this median likely does move up, and I'd like to see where it goes at that point. I kind of feel like it might be somewhere around this $130 to $135 zone. Momentum is currently pointing to the downside in the quarterly, very taking out these just about to take out. Oh no, it hasn't quite taken out this low yet. Very close to taking it out, but we have to see where it moves to on this next quarterly open. If it does take out this low, then it's going to put in possibility for hidden bullish divergence, because we are currently putting in higher lows, and that will confirm with any close over about $89.06, which we are a good amount above right now. Monthly is also about to reclaim a significant area by getting over this 55 EMA on the silver cross. We have been below this 55 EMA on the silver cross to the downside also since about late 2021, and we're getting over the median, and we're currently springing off of the median into this top 38.2%, which is going to be a magnet for price. Right now, that's sitting around $118, pretty close to around $115 that we just saw. Momentum is currently freshly flipped to the upside on the monthly, with volatility just now going into an expansion phase, and we have the jewel and a buy signal entering into the bullish control zone. See, the last time that was actually the first time we're entering into the bullish control zone since basically the IPO of this thing, and it was since from when it entered into the bullish control zone, it did another. Let's see how much percent entered in right there. Another 136% after entering into the bullish control zone. Not bad. On 2 week, just about to freshly flip back up, getting right to that moving average, and about to get back into the bullish control zone. Let's zoom in a little bit. 2 week has taken out the previous low, while price is putting in a higher low, giving you possibility for hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over about $101.20. And 2 week is now giving you a fresh silver cross to the upside, with many closes over this 100, giving you a target of the 200, which right now sits at around 122. And we still have not yet gotten a retest of this 39 EMA. So if we do continue to get a rejection of this 38.2% at 102.02, then this median will likely go up as well, likely matching up somewhere around the 9 EMA, also matching up with the 100. Probably at that point, you have three significant points of support there, lining up with a strong bounce of that zone into that 200.
And by the way, right above that, that's the neckline of the inverse head and shoulders that you're looking at it.
Yeah.
Like straight up. You see it?
Oh yeah.
That's the head. That's the shoulder.
Right,
and that's the other shoulder.
Interesting. Out. Go to the weekly. What's the target of that inverse head and shoulders?
Let me draw it on my chart. 1 second.
Weekly has already gotten the close over the 38.2% with momentum right at the edge of the bullish control zone. First tap around has rejected the bullish control zone, with volatility still freshly in expansion and the jewel still giving you a fresh buy signal. So we do see a move to the downside, which I kind of am biased towards a slight move to the downside based off this rejection of the bullish control zone. We should expect a test of somewhere around this 5 EMA to the 38.2%. Right below $100 at like 97, $98, and from there you should see a bounce and see a movement to somewhere around like 110 to 115.
Target's 160.
Oh, nice. Let's go into the monthly. It's right around this zone here. Doesn't make sense for a very significant area of resistance. You got your breakdown right here. That's what your previous high. 5-day is now entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, also giving you a buy signal. 5 days looking a little bit stronger than the weekly, and 5 days giving you many closes over this 100. Now you're getting over this 50% as well. If you can get a close over this 50%, that's what gives you a move into somewhere around that 115 zone, which is 78.6. Come on. Come on. Sometime today. Where's my momentum? Well, the 2-day is currently slightly front running this top 38.2%. If you do close like this, then I would expect a little bit of a move down to test that median, which right now is lining up with our 9 EMA at that same $97 area. And momentum is currently pointed to the upside on the 2-day with volatility going into expansion. Is there any divergence present? No. Daily is also kind of looking toppy. Not going to close for the next almost 4 hours. Let's see what the HPDR is at. Come on. Putting in nice shooting star dildo. Oh, there we go. I was expecting nice rejection of that 38.2%. Putting in a nice shooting star candle slash dildo, and it's not turning red. It hasn't closed yet. It's still got an eternity left to go before it closes. But assuming we get a rejection of this 38.2%, that it's going to close as a shooting star, and you're going to get a target of sitting somewhere around the 9 EMA to the median. Median is going to move up, and at that point, it's likely going to be somewhere around that 98 to like $97 zone. Even basically the same confluence for that 98, 97, maybe slightly lower than 96, and high probability of bounce from that zone to at least test this 38.2% around 102, but I do think it's going to go higher at that point. 4 hours also going along with the nice toppy shooting star dildo, and 4 hours now already flipping to the downside on momentum. Let's check out volatility. Volatility is now going into a contraction phase, lining up with the idea that you're likely going to get a higher low from here, and you're sitting right at this top 38.2%. So assuming you close below this area at around $101.03, that's what gives you your move down to 97. Hold this area, then we have to see what the 38.2% moves to. I do think it's going to end up, price is going to end up opening below it, and that's what also gives you your move down to the median. If 38.2% doesn't move and the price opens above it and maintains above it, then you're likely not going to get that move down, and you're going to go straight to the 115s. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think likely you're going to get that test of 97 first. Going to the RSI. I had a meme line on here. I don't remember when this was drawn.
They need to give me an option now on Instagram and on all social media to report things as because people are making a lot of ads with me about investing in things so that people can steal their money. So they're doing AI.
That flies.
Well, they're doing AI versions of me recommending people. Like I just saw one that it's like I'm recommending you these 2 stocks, which I would never buy. And it sounds this one is the best one I've ever seen. Sounds really good, and it looks really good.
That's amazing that they can do that on Instagram.
I know, but Instagram is like they won't allow you to report. Like someone is grabbing myself in AI form and selling something that's complete. Like it's not. They're not selling anything. They're scamming people and using my face, which is great.
That's cool, but if you misgender somebody on Instagram, you'll get banned.
Well, yeah. Those are the important things.
That's what matters. Quarterly on Roku still got hidden bullish divergence active, and you're now putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over $104.96. And that will give you currently an easy target of hitting this neutral zone, which right now is at about $125.26. And then the next level is the bullish control zone, which will update in 8 days, but right now it's sitting at 202. Volatility is now at the lowest level ever, also, by the way, on the quarterly with that hidden bullish divergence present. Come on. There we go. Sitting at like 40%. The last time we had this massive move to the upside, it was off of like 60% volatility. Doesn't seem too crazy to go to 160 with that type of volatility plus the hidden bullish divergence. Come on. This was like a similar line that I had with Solana back at like $20 whenever it broke that and it went straight to like 60s.
That was a good day.
Nice memory. And just would not stop going up. I also remember seeing people on Twitter trying to short it all the way up. Multiple 7-figure losses.
Damn.
Come on. There we go. 2 weeks currently has active hidden bullish divergence also with that fresh silver cross. And this will be active as long as you're closing over $92.41. Next target is that critical zone, which right now is at, oh, beautiful, $165. Okay, come on. Come on. Somebody's got to message TradingView CEO about that idea for a more premium subscription. I'm sure he'd be all up for it.
The problem with TradingView is because it's a product that helps you make more money. Everyone will pay for it.
Nice. Just make it very expensive.
I think still people would pay for it, or someone else would come out with another service that works kind of like the same.
I see. And then just be like, oh, we charge what TradingView used to charge.
Sir, all of the products in everything are just worse every single year that goes by and more expensive. I don't know if you've noticed the trend.
Yeah, I'm paying like more, basically what a TV subscription costs for for Netflix.
Yeah. I mean, used to be cable. Now you have 39 fucking million subscription plans that are way more expensive than cable. Then they told you that cabs were expensive. You got on a cheap Uber, and then they swapped that for you. And now Uber is more expensive and really shitty. Same thing with DoorDash. It used to be a real help, and now you got to give him like $30 million in tips and fees and whatnot. Airbnb was a better thing than hotels, and now they charge you for you to clean your own room. So yeah, everything's getting shittier and more expensive.
In Uber's defense, though, here it's like $10 or $15 for a ride in Uber Black.
Dude, imagine, yeah, but look at the Uber Blacks, and also imagine how cheap cabs were in Mexico.
That's also a good point.
Can you imagine?
Were the cabs good cars though?
Well, not like kind of like the same shit cars that we have now. Yeah.
It's like, sure, Uber Black is not the best here, but you'll get like a Volkswagen Tiguan or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a Ford Explorer.
Yeah. Cab, but that's a black. And cabs, no, they did not offer that service.
But sometimes these roads get a little shitty, and I prefer to have the bigger car.
Yeah.
But it's very, very, very disappointing that you order an Uber Black and Ford pulls up. You order an Uber Black in Dubai and you'll get an S-Class.
The proper way. Even in the US, it used to be nice, and now it's shit too.
It's not even a black car here in Cancun. Why is it called Uber Black?
I wish I knew.
2 days currently got active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $93.28. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the critical zone. Right now, that's about 115. Volatility is also back at extreme lows. Well, very close. It's about 16%. Come on. On the lower time frames, you're just starting to like consolidate above this meme line. Come on. Daily is giving you volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. And you've got a buy signal on the jewel, just waiting for the divergence for the RSI to appear. There we go. No possible divergences here. 4 hour. It'd be nice if there's some bearish divergence. Would make it very easy. I saw an AI video, well, to pass the time, I'll mention I saw an AI video on Instagram of AMLO that said, Viva corrupción, and then Viva racismo.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
It's very We are, oh, there we go. We are forming some bearish divergence here. We have bearish divergence from this point to this point, and this point, and this point. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence currently possible. And this will confirm with any close below, what is this big low? About $100.43. And that'll give you a nice target of hitting this 21 EMA just below this meme line right here, right around that $97, $98 zone. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. The neutral zone is sitting, well, actually the simple moving average is sitting right at 97, 96.57, right around $97. And then the neutral zone is at $95. Nice confluence with that zone. That would put in some hidden bullish divergence, likely taking out the slow here at that point. And as long as you're closing over about $93, $93.91, there still will be possibility for hidden bullish divergence. And then that will give you a target of 108 on confirmation. Now let's go into momentum. Now we wait 10 millimeters. There we go. Quarterly is still giving that volatility contraction after your double extreme, and momentum is pointed very heavily towards the upside, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 42.27. And projection is on this next open, you're going to be out of the critical zone, still within the bearish control zone, but out of the critical zone. Come on. And if you want to draw in one of those Jesus toast things, you would have like one of those wedge patterns here.
I have one of those in my chart.
Hey, they work.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
I just said Jesus toast. That's whenever you draw them up. Monthly is currently pointed up with volatility expanding now from extreme lows, and it's going to stay pointed up as long as you're closing over $70.70. I think you're right at that wedge support now, right? The line's right there. Yeah, right at that zone.
You are at the resistance, not at the support right now.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm drawing it in visual mentally. 2-week is also pointed to the upside as long as you're closing over $90.25, with volatility also expanding from extreme lows, just like the monthly. Weekly is also flipped to the upside, freshly flipped up, maintaining the critical zone. And what's volatility doing? Well, the volatility doesn't want to appear. Come on. I'll just mention that this is the ad zone on Bitcoin for that Academy loan. As long as that stop loss is not hit, I would be adding here.
Nice.
There we go. Volatility is now just about to start expanding from extreme lows with momentum freshly flipped up. That's cool. Five days, same exact look as the weekly. Momentum freshly flipped up. Let's go to 2-day. Now that I think about it, I don't know why I bother with 5-day on stocks, because it doesn't have the same setups as Bitcoin. So I guess it's more of a force of habit.
Well, 5-day views, it's kind of like a weekly one because at the end of the day, every week is a 5-day chart.
I see. Yeah, that's true. 2-day is also freshly flipped up. Volatility is now basically at extreme lows at 15.4%, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 102.05. So you got about 3.5 hours left to go to pump the price up by $1 more. I think daily is going to be flipped down, or at least I hope so. Come on. Likely will be up based off this volatility expansion. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it is up. And daily will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $94.50. Is there any bearish divergence? There is bearish divergence present because you close here at $99.39 and you close this candle at 101, but made a lower high. And this divergence will confirm with any close below about $97.87. That'll give you a target of hitting somewhere around this lows here at around like $90 to $93. Come on. Four hours also flipped up with volatility expansion from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $99.94. Go a little bit lower. I think this will be flipped down, and that will confirm my bias of a short-term move down before we continue upwards. Come on. And that is flipped to the downside. And as long as we are closing below basically $102, 2-hour momentum will be flipped down, likely bleeding into the 4-hour, flipping that down, and then daily we'll get a test of somewhere around that $90, $95, $97 zone. And assuming we don't close it daily below about that $94 area, that will not confirm the bearish divergence, and then we can send it back up. If you fail to bounce at that $95, $94 area, then you will have that daily bearish divergence, and you're likely at that point testing low 90s. So the higher time frames on Roku are now shifting back heavily into bullish control. You're reclaiming significant areas that were of resistance from before. The 21 EMA on the quarterly, the 55 EMA on the monthly. Let's get this back up. Volatility is now at the lowest level ever that it's ever been on the quarterly. Momentum is pointed very heavily to the upside on the quarterly. On monthly, momentum is also pointed to the upside. Basically, pointed up on all of your time frames except for the lower ones, which are starting to flip down. The 2 hour is already flipped down. 4 hours close to flipping down. Gives me a little bit of a bias for a short term move down to tap somewhere around like maybe $94 to like $98, and for and as long as you are holding over $94 on a daily closing basis, the bearish divergence on the daily will not be confirmed. And then from there, I do think you see a move into somewhere around 115 at a minimum. And beyond 115 is based on the RSI targets, around $160 to $165. And from there, we'd have to see the reaction at 160 to reevaluate if we're going to put in another higher low and continue to the upside, or if we're just going to get a rejection and then come back down to retest somewhere around this $100 zone. But right now, to wrap it up, somewhere around on the short-term time frames, I do expect the 4 hour to flip down, testing the daily pivot somewhere around like $94, $95. But I do expect the daily to continue remaining to the upside, and then continue to somewhere around 115 from there. And then based off of the reaction at 115, if you get a daily close over 115, then I see a move into somewhere around 160 to 165 to target that bullish divergence target.
Nice. Tesla's next for you, senor.
Claro.
You can see, okay. You can see my screen, right? For some reason, he's just not showing it on the live stream thing.
Oh, I see. I wasn't drawing it from there. Yeah, yours is more accurate.
I see it on Vimeo. This is okay, so that's good. Yeah, I don't know why I had this one already, but I'm not gonna leave it like that. And then this is just like the head and shoulders, really, because that's like shoulder, head, shoulder. You break out of this zone right here, you're going to 160. And then you have the SMA 200 on the 2 week right here starting to populate, which will be your first friction zone, which also coincides with this. It's actually pretty good. Hang on. To the down. There you go. Huh.
Deadline's at 120.
120,
Very close to 115 zone, so I'm just rounded up to 120.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty, I mean, pretty good. Thank you, senor. Very easy. Once you say it, and I can just copy you. Oh, wow. Double top. Nice.
Loco is trading Roku.
Exactly. So yeah, you're doing Tesla next. Thank you, señor. Estamos viendo Roku. Roku salió al mercado en el 2017. Es la chingadera esa de televisión alternativa en vez de Apple TV, ¿no? En vez de una suscripción de cable, tienes Roku. Y hicimos tope en febrero del 2021, pero también en julio del 2021. Fue un doble techo en el pecho y desde entonces caímos. Vamos a verlo. Estoy viendo en la de 2 semanas, no sé por qué. 91%. Güey, ¿cómo puedes esperar que una empresa tan grande caiga tanto? 91%. Y desde entonces pueden ver que este mínimo más alto. Aquí lo que me gustaría ver es esto. Crea un estilo de canal paralelo perfecto. Y es más, yo lo usaría así. Toda la confluencia de esa zona. Interesante. Ok. Hemos visto eso. Voy a irme a la trimestral. Ahí es donde voy a empezar. En la trimestral, ¿qué tenemos? Tenemos volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla de Roku, lo que nos dice que está preparando un movimiento bastante agresivo. Ya caíste 90 y tantos %, ¿no? ¿Qué más cosas pueden pasar? Pero eso sí, obviamente estamos en una era donde la gente tiene que escoger qué es lo que va a pagar por, y aquí no sé cuál sea el beneficio de Roku sobre otras cadenas, así que no tengo nada que aportar extra aparte de lo que vea en la tablet. En la tablet. Estamos llevando por fin por encima del promedio del 21. Nunca lo habíamos logrado. Faltan 8 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta tabla trimestral. Este cierre sería brutal. Cualquier cierre por encima de los 96.46, que es donde está, básicamente la línea meme, impresionante. Eso nos estaría diciendo que vamos a ir mucho más arriba. Mensual, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en la mensual? Podemos ver que tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, después de ese cruce plateado a la baja que se dio acá, y eso lo hizo después del fondo, por cierto, atentos, el fondo fue acá, el cruce plateado acá. ¿Qué es lo que hemos visto? Bajos, bajos más altos con altos, no, altos más altos hasta acá, y no has hecho un alto más alto. Una vez que te lleves los $109, esto va a reventar a la alza con mucha fuerza. Esta zona que les estoy dibujando acá es por el hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido que hay. En la de 2 semanas se ve mejor. Por ahora también tienes volatilidad en Roku expandiendo. Perdón, no es esa. Es acá. Y en lo que estás expandiendo, estamos viendo que vas para arriba. Esta expansión en la mensual podría ser la más potente de toda la historia en esto, y lo pueden ver porque estamos en la parte más baja de este gráfico. Roku kind of looks fucking fire.
Yeah, honestly.
It kind of looks like it's coiling up for a nice big move up.
Busting action move.
Yep, big time. Big time. Wow.
Buy the Roku stock, not the TVs.
It's a big range.
Exactly. That's my problem. I don't know anything about them for me to make that assessment that they're going to be, for some reason, exploding to the upside right now. Like, why?
Yeah, like, why does the chart look bullish? Because once you get into that range, it's a major one, honestly.
Maybe everyone will be so poor they can no longer afford LG and Samsung, so they have to start buying Rokus.
It could be. Could very well be. But my problem is I don't even know the price point or what the benefits or negatives are. So
they're like roughly 50% of what a Samsung or LG would cost.
So they're really TVs? That's it?
Yeah. They're TVs like smart TVs.
And they have Roku devices that can make your TV smart.
That's what I'm saying, because I've seen those.
So now they actually have TVs now. They're not bad. My sister has a Roku TV.
I'm gonna look into it. I have one too, but I never use it. Who doesn't have as many memberships as possible to as many stupid things as possible? That's the American way.
Right?
Always.
Got Netflix, got Amazon, got HBO, got Disney, got Hulu, got Apple TV. That's just 6 that I can think of right off the bat.
Got Peacock, Paramount.
Yep.
ESPN. ESPN like Plus.
Can't forget that one, Alex. That's the most important one.
Which one?
Brazzers, of course, you know.
I thought you were gonna throw like a little Cinemax, because back in the day that used to matter. It was the only place where young folks could look at titties.
Cinemax. Have you even heard of
Never
that?
even heard of that.
Fuck you both. I'm just gonna continue with this.
I've heard of LimeWire though.
Huh?
I've heard of LimeWire, where you could get the finest gay porn.
No, LimeWire was so much later. Like you're talking about, there used to be Golden Choice and Cinemax. Those were 2 channels, okay? And very few people had those on their cable when I was growing up. And I would go to my cousin's house, and they had cable. Those motherfuckers had cable. And my older cousin had Cinemax and Golden Choice. So you would have to stay awake on the weekend. It had to be a weekend after 11:30 p.m. and you would see tits. It was glorious. It was the only way you could do that back then. The only fucking way.
Man, must have sucked to live back then.
And now, look at all of your friends from school are posting their asshole for free just for a few likes.
Yeah,
incredible.
Like I know, yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. The world has really changed.
Even the amount that signed up for OnlyFans trying to make $60 million a month, like some influencers make like $10 and decide to quit, and then their asshole is posted forever online. It's
incredible. Can I say something? It's incredible. It's a big trap, and they deserve to be trapped in it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just
imagine the amount. The
Usually,
amount of delulu required to think you're gonna make millions of dollars for your asshole.
It's incredible. No, your ego must be incredible. God bless them. God bless them. Ok. En Roku, en la mensual, pueden ver, estamos por encima de la media. Estamos en la, o sea, la media de la zona azul. Esa está en $88. Y eso nos debería dar un viaje gratuito a los 117, que nos pone ya aquí cerca de esta resistencia que estamos viendo en la zona de fricción, en los 120.96. Aquí lo que no quieres perder son los $81. 2 semanas, también tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida. Estás por encima ahora del promedio del 100, estás por encima de la media. Tienes, atento, un cruce plateado acá dándose. Cualquier oportunidad, yo creo que va a ser en los 90 para agregar a la posición. Una buena movida a los 90 sería el buen empuje, y ve dónde está el SMA 200 empezando a popular. Acá. Aquí está. Esta línea morada que apenas si se ve es el SMA 200 en el 61.8%. Y eso nos pondría en $120. $120 es un 20% de donde estás ahorita en Roku. Sobre todo si lo puedes cachar en verdad en 90 para agregar a tu posición sería lo más ideal de todo, con volatilidad expandiendo también en estas sesiones. Semanal ya por encima de la zona azul, rechazando el 50%, que es nuestra línea meme, y es lo que queremos romper, estos 102.71, y eso nos llevaría ya para arriba, porque una vez que estés por encima de esto, del tope de esta vela, deberías de tener un breakout. Pero antes, una vez más, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza por acá, retesteo del 9 oportunidad, y desde entonces no lo he retesteado. Podría que un retesteo del 9 en los 90, $93, o esta línea meme en los 96, que sería lo ideal, convertir esta línea meme en soporte en los 96 y de acá poder explotar a la alza, sería donde estaríamos buscando oportunidades para entrar. También acá tienes uno de los setups más potentes que vas a tener en Roku desde hace un rato, así que pendientes, porque la volatilidad va a dictar este movimiento. ¿Y qué es lo que acabas de hacer que es importante? Después de no sé cuánto tiempo retomaste el SMA 200. SMA 200 viene hasta acá, lo retomaste, lo perdiste y lo tomaste de vuelta. Recuerden que a mí me gustan los retesteos. Yo creo que va a haber una oportunidad en Roku donde podría venir hasta la parte baja del canal y después romper a la alza. Ahora, esto no es claro para mí. Si lo está haciendo en spot, da igual de todas maneras. Pero, y aparte aquí está la media en el 84. Yo creo que sí se podría dar un escenario de estos. Acá también tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento, pero puede revertirse el día de hoy. Estás teniendo una vela toperona en este momento y quieres cerrar por encima de los 102. Una vez más, la línea meme, 102, 102, llévate los 102. De no poder hacerlo y tener el rechazo, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 96, que es donde está la media, y la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 90. Vamos a ver si a 4 horas nos da alguna pista. Volatilidad expandiendo ante el precio subiendo. Ahorita lo único que tenemos que hacer es poder aguantar acá. Y justo empieza a pintar la vela roja. Arriba de los 101.30. Arriba de los 101.30 vas a tener más probabilidad de venir a buscar estos 104. Pero lo importante acá va a ser poder llevarte este máximo. Ahora, para simplificar todo este pedo y no hacérselas tan cansada. Vean exactamente dónde estamos en Roku. ¿Ok? Podríamos venir tranquilamente a retestear esta línea meme en los 96 y de aquí dar continuación. Podríamos, en un escenario muy cabrón, venir a tocar los 80 y esa sería la oportunidad dorada del planeta. Pero a fin de cuentas esto tiene cara de que va a subir a nuestro siguiente objetivo en el hombro, cabeza, hombro. Se los voy a dibujar ahora que lo tengo acá en la de dos semanas para que lo vean clarito como el agua. Este hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido está acá. Esta es la cabeza, entonces hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿ok? Y el movimiento medido de este punto a la línea meme del breakout, digamos que es el breakout acá, es a esta línea en los $160. No tengo ni puta idea por qué Roku se ve tan bien, pero se ve potente. Lo que invalidaría todo esto sería bastante sencillo. Es cualquier tipo de cierre por debajo de $51 o wick por debajo de $51 en la diaria y cierre semanal por debajo de los $72. Eso básicamente te diría que olvídalo, estamos equivocados y esto no va para arriba. Además de que tienes un cruce plateado ocurriendo justamente ahorita en la de 2 semanas y tienes que retestar ese promedio del 9 que está en los $90. Así que mínimo los 96, 90 pueden ser la zona de oportunidad y invalidación es bastante sencilla. Una vez más, estos 72 en cierre semanal o cualquier wick por debajo de los 52, estamos equivocados. Vamos a la que sigue. Alrighty, señor Alex, we're ready for Celsius.
All right, let's run that. Thought I was sharing my screen. It is Monday, though.
It is Monday.
It is Monday. So we're getting that pullback on Celsius. We identified here the higher low. $63.55 remains major resistance, and it acted as such. So now what we have is a daily downtrend. You have a lower low, and you are approaching support. What I can gather from this perspective really is seems like we're going to come in, get almost like a gap fill, but most importantly, actually hit the daily EMA 100. It's very important because if we start bouncing from that point, this could be the beginnings of a major bounce. And also, we need to be watching a potential daily trend shift. I know we are just in a fresh lower low. It makes a lot of sense. So, if you come into support, you should be gauging a bounce, either a lower high to a breakdown. But here, what we can see is you have that $48.30 support, which is major for Celsius. And most importantly, you have that daily EMA 100. Since the start of this rally on the daily, really since the beginning of March, you've been solidly above the EMA 100. This really majorly move up once you got back above the SMA 200. And then, most importantly, the bottoms were formed off of the EMA 100, only ever hitting at one time, which is enough to solidify major support for me. So, seems like it's going to be more likely than not that's going to be the next target. Losing the EMA 34 on Friday was your sign. You're getting expansion down. And so now we need to watch very carefully a reaction here. We start losing $48. That's a very obvious and easy sign that you're going to start breaking down, going to the next range. The daily is really an easy perspective because you see here that SMA 200 would be the next target if and when you do lose that EMA 100. It's the same thing. You get back above the EMA 100. Next target's the SMA 200. So if you start losing $48.30, yeah, you're going to be at a major risk of a breakdown. That breakdown easily can take you to $38, if not a wick down to that $34 region, which again has been proven to be support. But at that point, if you're already down around $34, you do have to be cautious of a major breakdown. That would also mean the weekly's in a downtrend, and it's really going to start looking like these lows here that were formed in February are actually going to be tested again. It's going to be very crucial to hold above $48 moving forward. And to me now, it's in a no long zone. You're in the gray zone of a breakdown. You have volatility here getting back almost above the moving average. And so it's just worth something to watch carefully. I would rather just wait for the reaction at $48, get a few more closures, 2 or 3, and then start formulating a long. Let me see here. I'll go back to the weekly. It's nice because you did lose the 9 on the weekly, which was your point of like, yeah, we are potentially entering a weak cautionary zone here, perhaps a pullback, into October. And that's just based on a level that's been holding this entire move up, getting lost. Next target is the 21, which again just lines up with our daily perspective. So even on the weekly, you can see here, you can afford a pullback on the weekly. This weekly very easily can just grind a higher low out here. If you go to the 2 weeks, more obvious. You can even see here the 9. But really, I mean, you can't get bearish unless you start losing 48 bucks. So for Celsius moving forward, that's all I'm watching. I'm gauging this price action and just relating it back to here. Yes, you can make big moves up to $63. You can make aggressive moves down to 48. It's all just going to be dependent on which one gives first. Do we get a breakout? Do we actually get $68 on a 2-week reclaimed? So yeah, that's a great recipe for a new all-time high. Or do we lose $48, lose the 2-week 9? Okay, yeah, that's our first sign of perhaps a major breakdown. So until you get one of those, you're just going to play within the range. The 2-week is your friend if it consolidates, because all this consolidation will do is keep contracting volatility, and perhaps you'll get a 2-week BBWP setup. Nothing's telling me that this needs to go up to 90 bucks at all. And as long as you hold above $48, this range should be respected. And that perspective here in November would have helped you a lot. Just understanding your zone, the level you need to lose, and really not getting bearish once you start approaching that. It really just didn't work out well for bears. And you ended up going up 106%. So watch the zone very carefully, very carefully. And yeah, the daily can be in a downtrend. Perfectly okay. And that's why I talked about when and if you get down to 48 bucks, watch for a spring and then watch for a reaction to maybe get a daily trend shift back in bull's favor. Because while the daily is down, the weekly and 2-week can be up, and this can perfectly play into a bear trap. Now let's look at the HBDR on the higher time frames. You can see here that yes, this 2 weeks closing in 4 days, but still nothing of concern. Very easily can get bought up once you officially hit the 2-week EMA 9. If it gets bought up and stays above the 38.2%, this will just look like a 2-week throwback where you broke out, made that higher high, and you just formed that higher low to a very logical, easy spot.
By the way, we drew that exact move. Look, I'm just going to show you real quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that.
So you had already given the sauce on this one. I'm removing this 1 second and putting you back on.
No, and that's always nice when you get follow through and you map something out. So then when you get a major red dildo, it's not panic, it's actually excitement. You're like, oh yeah, this is playing exactly into our hand. If into this region we were already gauging this, then I still need to double down and play this scenario. And that's why I just keep saying, unless you lose 48 bucks even on a daily, because if you lose it on a daily, that could have implications for then the 2-day, the 5-day, that then bleeds into the weekly, which you don't want to lose 48 bucks on a weekly. But until that happens, yeah, I'm gauging 48 to be the spot. We understood Celsius is extremely volatile for some reason too. Like when I did it, I didn't realize how crazy it goes up and down. But truly, honestly, it's very volatile, and this range is a pretty big range, actually. 32% range. So you saw it up, you're seeing it down. That's all the range is. So nothing of concern quite yet. We quickly can turn bearish on this chart, and that's why I'll go back to the daily. This daily is a very easy perspective. You get 2 to 3 daily candle closures under the EMA 100. Yeah, more likely than not, you're going to get a move up down to $38 and maybe a wick to 35. And what I said is if you start coming down to 34, 35, that's when you need to be concerned because, well, not going to be really convinced that essentially the lows that were formed in June, March, April are going to hold. And then that will be bad, right? If you come all the way down, boom, 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 maybe you get a pity bounce, this forms your lower high, then you bazooka down to like 24. Or then, yeah, that absolutely needs to hold. If it doesn't, this is going to the gutter. It's going to go to like 13 bucks. And then what would this all look like? Let's see. Let's go to the 6 month. It would just be it'd be like the start of a 6-month bear market. That's all that would be. Lower high, you get your lower low break. Once you take out January's low, giving you that target down to that EMA 34 in the 6 months at $16. Right? There's always something. The chart will always tell you. So to avoid that, you need to then get a quarterly above 48 bucks. We're about to get that. Let's go back to here. So, oh wait, no, that's in crypto. I forgot. It's different. No, it's not different.
No, you're right.
Yeah, 8 days. Okay, cool. So then you're going to potentially get a quarterly back above 48. The first good sign to diminish that lower high idea, because I guarantee a lot of bears are probably shorting this. Like they're trying to catch this, right? You get into here, you roll over, they can then start calling this a lower high because you had a major trend shift here. You took out the last major high or low. To avoid that, the only objective is an all-time high. So to then really give you confluence of an all-time high, getting back above $48 on a quarterly will be amazing, because then that'll have implications for a really good 6 month. And the 6 months, pretty easy. I mean, you got back above 48, you held it, you made a new high. So actually pretty important stuff here. And I know bears are going to be doing this because this is something I would do if I was a bear. If I had a bias, yeah, this is bearish. This is the spot you'd start shorting. And you'd have your stop here or just conservatively here using that evening star, which is a top. You got follow through, trend shift, lower high. So just be very aware of that. Just be very aware. And you're not allowed to be bearish on this chart as long as you're above $48.30. That's your line in the sand as a bull. You start breaking that, yeah, it's going to really start looking like you're going to move down to 38, 34 bucks. You start testing May low, not very good. Not going to be a good sign. It's going to hold. It's going to be the start of a major breakdown where then 15 bucks is going to start really looking more likely than not. Till then, we're going to be looking at this as a trap scenario for shorts. Yeah, easy daily downtrend, spring, trend shift, weekly, 2-week holds. Once you get back above 69 for the culture, that's your all-time high break. Dude. So we'll just see that very carefully. Once you get up to that $97, $99, anytime you get very close to an all-time high, that's where you need to pay attention. That either gives you the easiest risk to reward short in your entire life, or you get an actual breakout that gives you a very easy move. But regardless, always very important when you get up to these zones. So that's what we'll keep doing when we get up to that, if and when.
Very nice, senor. XRP would be next for you.
Oh, okay. I'll be garlic bread.
You'll be Mr. Garlic Bread. Mr. Garlic
You take
Bread.
care of my baby girl.
Look at me.
I am Mr. Garlic Breath, actually. Say that again.
You take care of my sweet little baby girl.
Oh boy.
This is getting out of hand. This is really getting out of hand. All right. Celsius, damas y caballeros, la bebida que les encanta por alguna razón. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ponerlo en la trimestral. Antes que nada, siempre decimos queremos cerrar por encima de esta vela en los $47, esta línea verde. ¿Por qué? Porque expansión por encima de esta línea verde en la trimestral nos lleva a máximos históricos. Lo hizo una vez. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Justamente lo mismo acá. Lo bueno es que nos faltan solamente 8 horas, 8 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. Y tenemos volatilidad contrayendo por ahora. Tenemos esta vela que toca desde acá hasta acá. Es una vela bastante potente y poderosa y te está intentando espantar con cara de ser topera, pero no lo es todavía, ni siquiera cerca. Vamos a ver en la trimestral cómo se ve esto exactamente. Cerrando por encima del promedio del 9 y también básicamente el promedio del 9 trimestral es la parte baja de la zona azul. Me encanta cuando hay confluencias así. Y eso te pone como objetivo la media. La media está en los $100, porque no sé por qué había puesto yo aquí arriba en los 104, pero tenemos nuestra media en los $100 y es lo que deberíamos de estar esperando por ahora en Celsius. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual, estamos ya por encima de la línea azul, venimos hasta el 78.6%. Esto quiere decir que tenemos que dejarlo respirar un poco más. Faltan 8 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. Y aquí pueden ver por qué básicamente teníamos estos objetivos. Porque en la mensual Si vienes a visitar el 61.8% en los 47, sería la oportunidad más grande para ese rebote y ver dónde abre la siguiente sesión mensual esta tabla. Por ahora habías tenido un poco de expansión en volatilidad, pero en realidad tuviste la expansión en esta vela y en esta vela te lo está yéndose de ladito. Entonces vamos a ver cómo cierra esto en 8 días y 4 horas. 2 semanas. 2 semanas también tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente aquí abajo y aquí abajo tenemos todos nuestros EMAs menos el 100 que está hasta allá abajo y la media en los $43. Yo creo que perder la zona de los 46 sería bastante relevante. Si nos caemos de acá, de los 46, 47, ahí es donde yo estaría pensando que tal vez no vamos a tener continuación y esto fue un SFP en la de 2 semanas. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo en lo que el movimiento va para abajo, lo que les da un poco de hopium a todos los alcistas en esto. De nuevo, estás por encima del promedio del 9 que está en los 50 y simplemente lo único que estás haciendo es venir acá para retestar y después continuar. Faltan todavía 4 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta tabla, así que podrías tranquilamente irte a los 53, 63, estar por encima y sin preocupaciones. Semanal, estamos justamente ante la media. La media está acá en el culo de la vela y esto nos debería propulsar para arriba. Esta debería ser la primera opción. La segunda opción, que es nuestra segunda cajita, es la que viene en la parte baja de la zona azul. Entonces, hasta acá abajo, bueno, podríamos ver un flashazo hasta acá abajo tranquilos de los 45. Cualquier ruptura, como sea, de esta zona en los 45, yo diría 45 planos. Si rompes 45 planos, ahí es donde yo me estaría preocupando a la baja. Pero técnicamente debería de aguantar viéndolo. Diaria tienes volatilidad a punto de expandir ante esta bajada, pero todavía no. La volatilidad está bastante, el promedio está todavía, no bastante, pero está por encima de. Tienes esta caída, este ajuste, el EMA 100 está aquí abajo en los 48, esa podría ser la oportunidad de oro y eso te debería de regresar a toda esta zona. Bien, pueden ver que la parte alta de la zona azul en la diaria es donde está nuestra línea meme y nuestro objetivo a la alza está en el 95%. Bien, con eso dicho y hecho, bastante fácil ponerles esto a todos ustedes en Celsius. Es el movimiento que habíamos visto antes que les habíamos platicado. La primera oportunidad está acá. Yo abriría si estoy pensando en invertir en esto acá. Y ahora, atentos. Aquí tienes un gap. Lo puedes ver ahí hasta acá. Este gap podría ser una trampa. Si ya estás acá, la gente va a decir, yo me voy a meter una vez que venga a cerrar el gap y voy a entrar aquí abajo. Y puede que nunca te lo dé. Puede que se detenga acá, pero tiene mayor probabilidad en mi punto de vista esto. Tal cual como lo están viendo ahí. Entonces, hacerlo acá, también agregar en los 48 a los 46 y no perder los 45. Pierdes los 45 y empezaríamos a cualquier cierre semanal debajo de 45, yo me saldría. Y también cualquier wicazo por debajo de 41, bye bye. Pero esto tiene cara que ya te dio el movimiento que estábamos esperando y esto debería de explotar a la alza. ¿Cómo va? Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Un saludo a Bu, que vi que viniste rápido a decir hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te va, mi hermano? Y vamos a Tesla. Mr. Farjano, Tesla, por favor.
So we're going to start with the quarterly on Tesla. One of the few that we actually got enough data to do quarterly. Quarterly momentum is still heavily pointed to the upside, very close to making it into the bullish control zone. And the reason why I say that is because the moving average is vertically pointed vertical up with the momentum oscillator, and volatility is just now about to enter into an expansion phase. And we still have a fresh buy signal on the jewel, and it lines up with us getting to this 38.2% on the HPDR. We want to see to remain very bullish towards at least a 50% is a close of this 38.2%. That's at about $436.90. And I'm going to take this number with a heavy grain of salt at the 50% because I do think it's going to update in about 8 days and 4 hours. And whatever number that is, whenever it updates, would be the target after closing over the 38.2%. And as of right now, it sits at about $1,000. It's very likely going to move down, but who knows how much it's going to move down. From here, it moved down from about $1,100 all the way down to about $500. So it could move down by like more than 50%. Maybe it moves down to $500 or $600, who knows? But that's going to be the target, assuming we close over this 38.2%. Right here, this previous all-time high was a rejection of this 38.2%, and we ended up closing below it. So that still very well could happen now. And if that happens on this quarterly, we ended up closing below the 38.2%. I would expect to move slightly down to tap the median wherever it is at that time. Right, likely going to move up. Right now, it is sitting at about $348 to $350. If it doesn't move up, that's going to be your target, assuming we reject 38.2%. But it likely will move up considering we're above it. And let's go into the monthly. Come on. Monthly is also pointed pretty sharply to the upside. Very vertical on this oscillator, about to enter into the bullish control zone now, with volatility currently contracting and the jewel is losing the sell signal, flipping over into a neutral. Very, very likely, assuming we close up this 38.2%, this jewel is going to flip into a buy signal on this next open, and that's going to set up one of these moves like this, which went up to the 78.6%. We're not even looking for the 78.6%. We're just looking for a move somewhere around the 61.8%. Let's say the other time, whenever we got that buy signal, we went to the 61.8%, almost to the 78.6%. And see another buy signal. Oh, this is one right there. And this one went a lot higher. This one went up first to the 95% and then also the 95%. So somewhere around the 61.8%, which would be the minimum move, brings us to at about $484, just below $500. That $500 number that has been prophesized on Tesla for several months now. And then the 78.6%, which would be the next move, brings us up to about $690. The 88.3% is that $1,000 area. Likely that $1,000 50% area moves down. And it'd be very nice to see it move down to right around $600, maybe somewhere in the $500 to $600. Right now on the monthly, assuming we do close over that 38.2%, that's the if for all of that before. And that 38.2% is at $397.97. So let's just round that up and say $400 basically, assuming you're closing over $400, but you likely will get a retest of that zone before the move up. And that gives you a retest of this 38.2% at right around $400, maybe a little bit higher at this meme line at 415. And then from there, I would expect a spring upwards. And you're now currently over the 50% as well on the HBDR. That's at around $429. The closing over the 38.2% is the confirmation for moving higher, but it would be a lot more beneficial to close over that 50% also. That makes it a lot more, increases the probability significantly more that you'll get a bounce from this 400 to 415 zone. So a little lower. 2 weeks currently also pointed up with volatility expansion and the jewels entering into the bullish control zone. And there's currently a little bit of is that a gap? No, it's kind of filled. Yeah, it's basically filled. Although it is looking like a little bit of a top candle right here on the 2 week. If it does close like this, also tells me we likely are going to get a retest at that 400 to 415 zone. Come on. Previous week we also was massive top candle, and as long as we are trading below about $500, enough, not 500, I was looking at the wrong number, $455, likely you're going to get a move down at least to test this meme line at 415. I did think a little bit lower to tap that 5 EMA at around 397. Five days closing today. Volatility is not quite topped out yet, but it's getting a little high. See where momentum is. Momentum basically exactly the same, getting a little high, but not quite topped out. And we're slightly below that 88.3%, closing in about 3 hours. As long as we close over the 78.6%, likely we'll get a retest of that zone. Also lines up with about $415, and then from there you should see a continuation upwards to 500. 2 days getting very high up on momentum and volatility at 91%. This is right around the zones where it does like to top out. And Jewel is now about to enter into the critical zone where it did reject from last time around. And right around the same zone on the HPDR as well, right around the net 88.3 to 95%. Exactly the same place we're at right now. Multiple signals saying short-term local top. And that only gives you a move like $30 move down, not really that much. That's like maybe 8%, if my math is correct. Daily is now starting to confirm that, with momentum starting to and volatility going into a contraction phase. We're putting in a massive shooting star right above that 88.3%, and also giving you targets somewhere around 415 to 400 bucks. 400 would be right. It would be a retest of this daily 9 EMA. Maybe Tesla has a little short $30 correction before some massive busting action now that El Presidente and Elon are friends again. If they ever were not friends in the first place.
Oh, no. Everything they say in the news is true. So they were.
It's not like we didn't completely predict that they would be shaking hands and being friends in a short amount of time on these here live streams.
Yeah, that's right. It's impossible to predict such an incredibly complex thing to happen because the media told me otherwise. So obviously,
Like,
why would
but
they lie to me, right?
But Elon said he's a pedophile. It can't be fake.
I told you, those are bonus points. If anyone is called a pedophile in the government or big business, that dude, you want to go and invest in that dude.
Elon saying that he's a pedophile is actually a great praise.
Yeah. And in their circle, it's like the highest praise you can get.
Really, Elon? You said that for me? Well, you shouldn't have. 4 hours, very close to flipping back up on Tesla, with volatility now very close to getting into an expansion phase. On the opposite hand, there is a God mode sell signal. So we want to see is a close over this 38.2%, which as of right now, we are rejecting. And assuming we close in about 24 hours, 24 minutes below that $435 area, 38.2%, you are going to get that pullback to around 420. Like, they're likely a little bit lower than the 415 area for this 38.2%, at like 414, 412. But you probably will get a bounce at 420 because it's hilarious how the 90 is at 420. Now we'll go to RSI. I feel like it lines up like that because people probably have orders in those zones.
It probably is because it's the Tesla crowd. It's very much like the crypto crowd.
Bidding 420s and 69s and
Yep. I know because I belong to both, and I do the same in both.
and the Tesla chart on high time frames kind of does look like Bitcoin, where you get your big move up, you get that
Yeah.
correction, slightly higher high. I guess the same people trading them, so
See what I mean?
yeah, it makes sense. They started off with GME, then they moved into Tesla, then they moved into Bitcoin.
That's right. Here we are.
Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $214. Next level is the bullish control zone, which right now stood about $680. Interesting. That was that exact HPDR level at 680 bucks. Huh. Monthly nothing. Come on. Some bearish divergence, although this is very likely going to invalidate. And this will invalidate with one more close over about $396.69. That's a nice number. Nothing there. Nothing. 3-day currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $402.43. Next target is the critical zone, which is right now at 516. And your support area is the bullish control zone at around 392. Two-day also has hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 409.67. Next target is the critical zone. That is at 472.89. Daily also has hidden bullish divergence. However, you're already in the critical zone. And, well, never mind. It's invalidated on the bearish divergence. There is another drive possible, however, because we are making a higher high on price, whereas we're making a lower high on momentum. That will be confirmed when you close below about, let's zoom in, $421.75. Now we'll go to momentum. Basically, close at 420 and you'll confirm the third drive of bearish divergence. That's funny. Quarterly is freshly flipped up on momentum with volatility expanding from the same point it expanded from back in about 2019 before price shot up like 2000%, and we're rejecting the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence as well from this previous low, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over $211.50. And on this projection on this next open, we're going to be within the bullish control zone too. So this was going to be bearish. This pivot would have been significantly higher and not like half of what price is right now. Monthly is also freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $313. Plus, volatility is almost at the same point that it was back over here whenever we hit our current all-time highs. Let's go to 2 week. Two-week is also flipped up. Volatility is now freshly expanding, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 327.50. And volatility is expanding from about 20%. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion from many periods of 0%. And momentum is pointed up as long as you're closing over about 394. 5 days also freshly flipped up with many periods of volatility expansion from 0%, or volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and it's rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. It's going to be pointed up over closing over 385. Two days also getting volatility expansion, getting a little high, but not quite topped out just yet. And momentum is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over about $415. So that gives you some nice confluence about whether move slightly down to tap that $415 meme line, which would be a tap of the 2-day momentum pivot, and it still will maintain momentum to the upside even if you do tap that zone. Daily is very close to starting volatility contraction. I believe it's going to be flipped down. Come on. And it is currently flipped to the downside with volatility going into a contraction phase, and the daily candle putting in a little bit of a shooting star dildo, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $432. Let's say $433. 4 hours well is flipped to the downside with volatility getting very close to getting back into extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $442 basically. So the high time frames on Tesla are quite bullish now. If we can get our oscillators to load, momentum is currently flipped to the upside, freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding from basically the same exact areas where it expanded from back in 2019, before price went up from about $14 all the way up to $14. So I think that's like 2,000%, something like that. And we're
Yeah.
putting in hidden bullish divergence as well on the quarterly with that volatility expansion. Monthly is also freshly flipping back to the upside. Volatility is currently contracting on the monthly, but it's not really as relevant as the quarterly, which is expanding. And the monthly is getting pretty close to the volatility level where it was at before we hit our current all-time highs. Currently on the 2-week, it's also going to be flipped to the upside, and we wait for the pivot, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $327. The significance of that pivot is that it's a lot below our current price action, with volatility freshly going into an expansion phase. It's only really starting to flip down on the lower term time frames, and like the 4-hour, and that flipping down with the higher time frame flipped up tells me it's likely going to be a higher low, somewhere around that 415 to, like, let's say $390 area. High probability you are going to get a bounce on that area based off the higher term time frame trends and the divergences, which are already confirmed. And as long as you are closing over about $390 on a daily closing basis, I do think eventually, or from there, you will bounce into somewhere around the fives, and likely will get some resistance in that $515 to $530 zone, which was that RSI target. And then from there, the next level is the next RSI target, and that RSI, the HPDR level of about $680. I do think that 50% level on the quarterly HPDR is going to move down, and wherever it moves to is going to be the next target from that, assuming we close up the monthly over about $400. So 397 is the exact number. We close over there, then very likely we will bounce off of 38.2%, or spring off of the 38.2% and go to wherever that 50% is at that point. And the invalidation right now is going to be either getting a tick below about 214. Yeah, let's not go all the way that low. Let's use about $273 for a tick below, or a weekly close below about $297. This isn't going to tell me that necessarily we're going to break these lows, just that we're likely going to retest of somewhere around here to this 200 SMA. And at that point, I still would be bidding this 200 SMA at like $180, because there is a high probability you get a strong bounce from there. Plus, it's just a higher low in a series of higher lows, and from there, it still likely does resolve to the upside. If you want the invalidation to take that move out, is either close the 2-week below this 200 or take out this low here at about $101. That would be the only scenario where I see the longer term bullish outlook being invalidated, and then likely going to test somewhere in this consolidation zone at like $70 to $60. I really don't think this is going to happen. However,
Yeah.
I think it's extremely unlikely, and that we're probably going to bounce somewhere. My personal opinion, like $390 to $400, and then send it to the fives from there. But if that doesn't happen, then we likely will bounce somewhere at along this like $180 zone. Worst case scenario, I think, is 180. But if 400 doesn't bounce, then I think we're probably going to bounce somewhere like 290 to 300ish. But personal opinion, I think 390 to 415 would be the zone to bounce, and send it into the fives.
I like your style. I like your style. Thank you so much, senor. Very simple and easy to digest. Appreciate it. Right before we finish with XRP, I'll be quick then.
Right. Coachy Loco holds Tesla, by the way.
Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. I'm glad we're on the same boat. I was talking last night with my father-in-law, and he goes, because I was telling him like the moves that I made. He is like, you must be doing really well then. I was like, no, I couldn't put all my money in. He goes, why not? I was like, because I was expecting it was going to go cheaper. And he goes, you got greedy. I was like, yes, thank you. Thank you.
It's wonderful when normies can pick up where you made a mistake, and you're like, yep, that I did do that.
Yeah, straight up. Fucking straight up. I was like, yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Estamos viendo Tesla trimestral. Por supuesto que sí. Lo hemos visto. Cada que llegamos a ser un alto histórico, tenemos una gran caída. Alto histórico, una gran caída. Ahora, estas son diferentes, ¿no? La del primer alto histórico a la caída del mercado bajista en el 2022 fue de 75%. La caída del alto histórico a donde fuimos acá fue solamente 55%. ¿Ok? Interesante, solamente ponerlo en la mesa. Y ahora, no le estoy diciendo que vamos a no hacer un alto histórico, yo creo que sí vamos a hacer un alto histórico en Tesla. Pueden ver que este sería potencialmente en 8 días y 3 horas el cierre trimestral más potente de toda la historia. Cerrar por encima de los 414 sería demasiado significante. Eso quiere decir que no solamente vamos a los 489, pero personalmente yo pondría un objetivo. Tengo este objetivo, pero no sé si vaya a ser lo que vamos a tocar ahorita. Yo creo que los 520 van a ser la zona. ¿Y por qué 520? Se los voy a poner en putiza para que vean esto. Acá. Aquí arriba, más o menos donde estamos, son 519. Siguiente vela, 515. Yo imaginaría que se saldría tantito, por eso digo 520. Pero pueden ver, la media del canal está en los 350 y ahora en la siguiente sesión es justamente donde está no, esta es una línea meme. En los 370, que es nuestro siguiente punto de soporte, básicamente. Solamente para que lo vieran. Les quería poner esto. Ahora, con eso dicho, voy a ponerles el HPDR en putiza y vámonos rápido. Lo primero es notar que tenemos aquí nuestro 38.6%. Nos falta nada. Si podemos cerrar este trimestre en 8 días y 4 horas encima de $437, básicamente, esto nos debería de mandar hasta los $1,000 de acuerdo a esta tabla. Recuerden que el HPDR no es lo mejor cuando se trata de timeframes que son tan grandes, por lo que lo trimestral no lo voy a tomar en cuenta. Lo que sí es, tengo definitivamente volatilidad expandiendo y siempre y cuando cerremos en esta dirección en 8 días y 4 horas, esto nos va a confirmar el movimiento de expansión, el segundo más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla. El primero nos dio un 2,400%. Yo creo que sí te puede dar un 100%, ¿no? Tranquilo. Así que vamos a estar pendientes a ello. Mensual estamos justamente en el 50%, que coincide con la línea meme ahí en los 430. Si podemos romper los 430 en 8 días y 3 horas, deberíamos ir a los 484, que es básicamente altos históricos, ya garantizados, este doble techo en el pecho. Y de poder romper eso, iríamos a la siguiente zona en los 690, de acuerdo a este gráfico. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo en esta tabla, no nos dice absolutamente nada. Vamos a la semana, a la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas sí tenemos sesiones en expansión y esta expansión de volatilidad está ocurriendo en ambas a la alza. Esto tiene bastante camino todavía para arriba. Nos está dando uno de los setups no más bajos de toda la historia, pero bastante bajo comparado con lo que ves normalmente. Eso nos debería de llevar mínimo acá al 78.6%, a los 516, y eso literalmente cae perfectamente con mi bias de dónde vamos a encontrar ese tope local antes de cualquier cosa. Una vez más, Tesla se podría ir como gorda en tobogán si por alguna razón la automatización ocurre instantáneamente y la verga. Correcto, eso es un escenario que estoy dispuesto a vivir con, pero lo que sí y de lo que no se escapa Tesla, no se escapa nadie, es el próximo trimestre va a ser el peor de toda su historia, o uno de los peores de toda su historia. Porque no puedes decirle a todo el mundo, ven y compra mi producto ahorita si lo vas a necesitar en un año y eliminar todas esas ventas de los siguientes trimestres para y esperar que vas a tener los mismos resultados. Por eso sigo con la fe de que esto no va a ser el movimiento todavía que nos lleve a números completamente locos. Aunque, una vez más, no me molestaría, estoy del lado ya invertido en esta chingadera con un mega retorno. ¿Dónde estamos parados ahorita, cabrones? No he abierto mi celular. Vamos a ver. Casi un 100%, nada mal. Y pues vamos a buscar más, ¿no? En este subidongo. Para mí, si yo tuviera una posición que quisiera vender, ¿no? Porque todavía no ocurre por lo de los impuestos, yo lo haría acá. 515 más o menos, no esperaría los 520, es donde lo haría. Vámonos a la semanal. Semanal también tienes volatilidad con expansión, justamente volatilidad nula. Esto es un setup de jamás perfecto y estás viendo que ya se está dando el movimiento a la alza. Este movimiento a la alza está también empujando la volatilidad y estás viendo que una vela algo tristilla, pero todavía falta toda la semana para cerrarla. Y lo que queremos hacer es aguantar el 61.8% en los 4.14. De poder aguantar acá, deberíamos de seguir romper los 450 e ir a buscar estos 500 tan prometidos, ¿no? En el 88.3%. Pero de perder básicamente los 414, podrías tener un pullback hasta los 377 o hasta los 370. Eso sería un peligro, no un peligro, pero una cosa que se podría dar. Diaria tienes volatilidad en expansión ante el subidongo, pero ya llegaste a extremos y ahora volatilidad está todavía expandiendo, no está contrayendo, no está por debajo del promedio, pero está cerca de hacerlo. También te está dando una vela toperona en este momento. Esta vela toperona está cerrando por encima del 88.3% y de mi línea meme. Si el día de hoy en 2 horas y 36 minutos cierras por encima de 430, que es donde está mi línea meme, esto debería ser básicamente gasolina para ir a altos históricos y no te va a dar una oportunidad más abajo de retestear. Aunque en otras temporalidades sí tiene cara de que nos daría una oportunidad acá en la media, en los 420, o en la parte baja de la zona azul, una vez más, 414, 412, y dejando todo el mundo que está esperando este hoyo, este gap a ser cerrado como pendejo, sin nada más. Así que Tesla, alcista de a madre, y ahí les va los secretos. En la de 4 horas, esta vela va a cerrar en 5 minutos y 45, en 5 horas y 45 minutos, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Cerrar por encima de 4.35. Si cierras por encima de 4.35, que es la parte alta de la zona azul, vas a tener más chance de ir directamente a las partes de arriba. De no hacerlo en 5 minutos, vas a tener más chance de venir a los 4.20 y de ahí a los 4.14. Y ahí es donde nosotros pensamos que podrías encontrar ya ese jugoso fondo local para después dar esa continuación a la alza. Así que, sin más que reportarles, Tesla se ve todavía alcista, tendría posibilidad solamente para que lo vean de lejos, dónde están parados, ¿no? Que viene el máximo, todo este movimiento. Esto que están viendo acá es básicamente crítico. Cerramos por encima de esto en la semana y en el día, etcétera, vamos a ir a los 4.89 como mínimo. Si no, nosotros pensamos que esto o 4.20 o 4.14 sean las zonas para ir después a la alza. Pero Tesla sigue viéndose muy, muy alcista. Las invalidaciones para esto están bastante abajo. Yo digo que cualquier cierre por debajo semanal de los 3.30 es tu invalidación para decir, no, esto ya no va a ir a altos históricos. Y cualquier wicazo por debajo de los $300, adiós. Cualquier wicazo. Así que por ahora Tesla continúa a la alza y se ve bastante alcista. No veo que esté cambiando. Vamos a ver XRP, a ver qué nos dice el buen Alex.
All right. Let's whip it out. Show the PP.
Whip it out, son.
Let's get this going. XRPP, it versus Bitcoin specifically. I always like starting with the Bitcoin pairing. I think it's important. You can just see right here, we're under a major resistance. And so it's a really easy gauge to understand if this is going to bust up or not. You just simply need to hold the 2658 region. Now you have a nice wick low. It's very important to see a nice buyback here. You can already see this weekly is priming up for it. Bulls need to push this up, form a green weekly, and get back above 2658. If we can actually do that, you can have a whole weekly volatility setup sprinkled with a major range forming. This range is extremely big. I mean, talking about a 57% range. But we can't act like this hasn't happened before. One weekly candle, boom, you wick up past that region of 2658, go all the way up to that 4213. Same here. Major green dildo up all the way up to that 42 region. And then here as well. And this is all just off the back of 1 week. So it's really likely, and actually, it's very much in characteristic with XRPP. That's why for me, it's just very important to see a reclaim above that 2658. You want to see this become almost like a liquidity grab. You had a failed breakdown here. If you just draw a little channel, right? Looked like it was breaking down, came right up to that weekly EMA 34. But now, I mean, in 6 days, this is really looking like it's going to at least very minimally come back up to that 2658 and retest resistance again. Very well could happen too. You have lower highs here. As long as you stay under September 15th wick high, anywhere in that region can be a lower high. That's why it'll be very crucial just to see any kind of consolidation above that 2658 if you're really trying to get like a busting action move on XRPP. Now, consolidation above the EMA 100 is bullish, and that's exactly what has occurred for the last really 3 months now. You're on the third month. You got the nice reclaim, you've held it, and so now in 8 days, it's going to be really important. And this could tie in exactly with our weekly analysis, which is, this next 6 days is really gearing up for a nice move. What would be great is if you saw expansion off the EMA 100 and actually got a reclaim back above that 2658 level. On the monthly, you can just see how strong of resistance this is. But you're also getting something you've never had in the history of XRP, which is just consolidation above an EMA 100 on the monthly. It's very important. You've gotten this green dildo up. You tried to get a throwback. You couldn't. And so now this is like the only time really you've gotten consolidation above this level. So technically speaking, XRP is gearing up to become the most bullish it's ever been on the monthly if it can actually get back above the 2658 and just really easily break July high. If we can break that high that was formed in July, this would be right back into an uptrend, and you would have a really nice busting action move. Now, I'm curious with this perspective. We see the EMA 100, we see where we're at, what the HPDR actually looks like. Interesting. So you do see the HPDR, the median shifted down. So now it's actually under the EMA 9, which I look at that as bullish. It's good. And you actually see the next objective would be right up, almost testing that July high, right into that 2983 level. So this has implications. If you start moving up, yeah, the objective is a trend shift here. If bulls can succeed that before the month, a pullback likely, very likely in that 2658, this is where you could position. That'd be nice. But until that occurs, you have to be very cautious. You're under resistance, mean line resistance, and it has held. But this perspective in confluence with the weekly really does give us the idea that, honestly, if we're going to expand, it's going to be from here. Yeah, monthly is just resetting, nothing too crazy. Go to the quarterly here, turn the rainbow chart off. Wow. And if you needed more evidence that 2658 region was resistance and strong resistance, just look at the quarterly. Look where that EMA 34 is. You get back above that, any really quarterly closure above that, you're in a massive buy trigger on the quarterly for XRP versus Bitcoin. Something that's never occurred before, ever. Remember, you haven't had this EMA 34 populate, just recently did in 2021. So then that would be potentially the first time you would get above that. And that's important because that just gives us confluence with the idea of the monthly EMA 100. You can see here, you've already come up. You've hit this 1, 2, 3, 4 times. The more times you hit resistance, the weaker it becomes. So if the weekly, we'll go back to that, starts gearing up for a buyback and this starts going green, churning green, really will have a great implication for potentially that quarterly and monthly close, getting back above that 2658. And then that's when you can become a perma bull on XRP. That's like when it's just amazing. You're going to go up only essentially. But until then, you're just in a tricky spot. You're just forming a channel. You're going into October with low volatility. Really, anything can happen at this point. You're still under the 15-day SMA 200 while you're still holding the 15-day EMA 9. So it's just a trickier spot. That's why for me, let's just wait on our sit on our hands. Let's watch for that 2658. Very minimally can give you bias to maybe test that SMA 200. If you don't believe the range is going to really play out that much, it's that big, well, still that's a 17% move from that reclaim, which tells you there's no FOMO. There's no reason to pre-position here. There just isn't. So that's XRP versus Bitcoin. We do see that volatility setup. October is really looking like it's going to be primed for a move. And for me now, it's just, let's sit on our hands. Let's watch that 2658. As soon as XRP versus Bitcoin gets back above 2658, that's when the Tether pairing will probably most likely start breaking out. We'll view that next. But this at least will be my gauge on, well, can I be a perma bull on XRP? Can I be super aggressive? No, I can't. We're in the midst of just a channel. Volatility is super compressed, and anything can happen here. So that's why now this week it's going to be very important to see bulls step up, start making their move back to around this region. Remember, I said seems likely you're going to go up to that 2658. What you don't want is just to reject down, and it just becomes another channel rejection. Yeah, I just drew this, with the drawing tool, but you yourself can draw it. Go to the 15-day, draw it from this wick low, point it out, or even expand here. You can do it from there. Remember, these are all just, like Farn says, Jesus toast, subjective. If I drew it from here, it'd be a lot different than here. But this looks pretty valid. And this tells you at least into October, early October, you're going to get a move. So that's good. And when you see a failed breakout down, potentially, right? We don't know if it's going to just go back to red and close red. But so far, looking like a failed breakdown, this gives bulls fuel to move up. Even on the daily, look at that. Got to lose the EMA 100 at least if you're going to be bearish on this chart. And for me now, it looks like a lot of shorts got kind of screwed.
This is another one that we drew exactly the way it's happening.
Oh, really? Oh,
yep.
Beautiful.
I know.
Love when I see that. I mean, imagine like you had a 5% move. You think, oh my God, like it's finally playing out, volatility, like we're going to get the short. And it just got bought up in the same day. And now volatility, it's doing the thing that we all know. It's going to flip back in favor of bulls. And this very well could start busting out. This has implications for Bitcoin because I do believe XRP does better, or at least you get bullish momentum with Solana XRP before Bitcoin. You need a bullish Solana, bullish XRP if you're going to be a bullish, if you're going to have a bullish bias on Bitcoin. So this is looking pretty good so far. We'll see. Now we'll go to the Tether pairing, right? It's very, very, very good that the Bitcoin pairing is looking good because that is the most important chart. Now the Tether pairing will just follow suit with the Bitcoin pairing. And it's an easy spot. You're just watching the weekly. You've swiped down. You've hit the 21. No concern there. And now you're just wanting. It's straight to business. You're just waiting for bulls to get back above that 9 before breaking out. If you can actually sustain a closure and hold above that $2.90 region, closer to $2.91, I'll say. Yeah, I do think that'll be good fuel to start taking out specifically September 8th high. That's sitting around $3.18. Take that out. That's your confirmation of a breakout. Your weekly trend shift. Then you can get your higher low and start moving up. I do believe once you take out September 8th high, only objective from that point is to make a new high. Now, yeah, quarterly is interesting. Let's see if we can actually close above October. Quarterly wick high would be important. Just give me more that idea of a breakout, but understand volatility is pretty up there. Last reset on quarterly volatility led to a major move down. Doesn't necessarily have to play out that way. You very easily can just start contracting in volatility and bulls still take control. It's way too early to know, though. We're still at 100%. Or no, we're at 90. Yeah, no, we're still at 100%. And like, yeah, bulls are going to be wanting this to flip to a shooting star. But you can just see that range could easily just be a trap. It's still playing within this range, right? If you were a horny short, you would just be shorting based off this. You'd be front running it, right? Just use this as your stop. Just be front running low leverage shorts, hopefully, for then the continuation move. I will say this honestly doesn't look the best. When you were here, this looked like massive distribution right here. But it's an altcoin. It broke out. This changed things for me. This reclaim back above $2.73 changed things. You're still holding above that. So until you lose that, I don't think it's wise to be at all shorting this in the idea or expectation of like a shooting star, which would mean this needs to turn red in the next month. So, you can just see here, price action, you haven't really ever held above $2.73. So you're just getting things you've never had before in this chart. Generally makes for, it to be a little choppy, a lot of fuckery. But still, even in this perspective, it's still bullish. You didn't get the major deviation down. You just got, you're just back within this range. Support is $2.73. Resistance for me right now is $2.91. So one of those breaks, you're just within that range and just respect it as such. Let's see here if the weekly can pull through. All eyes on this weekly EMA 9. Get back above that. I do think then the party can start. The objective at that point will be just to take out September 8th high, as I said. Trying to see anything else. The daily EMA 100 is always the spot. Now you have a daily trend shift, so you can see where I drew the objective for bulls. That really does make sense. You were in an uptrend. You're in a downtrend. Now, the only way to break that back into an uptrend is to take out the last major lower high, which luckily for us is sitting right into that weekly September 8th high. So watch that very carefully. You could even look at this one if you wanted. But still very far away. You need to get back with that $2.91 region and all eyes on that EMA 100. Because you're still there. You very well could, break down from here, but that's why we just need confirmation. You just want to be very aware of that. So that's all I have really on XRP. I don't really see anything else. Maybe I'll go to the 4-hour. We'll see. So obviously you're getting a mean reversion move, expected lower low. Really, bears are going to be trying to lower high here, right? Near that 9 and 21. Let's see if there's a silver cross. Yeah, there's a 4-hour silver cross. So, you're getting volatility, hitting almost extremes while approaching potentially a bearish retest and lower high zones. So just be very aware of that. Nothing is telling me this chart needs to do this. You easily can just play within this range. The idea is that you just don't lose $2.73 because then, well, you can just visually see it's a pretty big drop. It's about a 8% move, assuming that it even stops there. Which, honestly, if we go to the monthly and we started aggressively selling off, where would be the next zone? Well, it'd just be right here. So, it's like a worst case scenario of 16%. Consolidation really does just mean this EMA 9 can move up to avoid that, because this will eventually get tested. Doesn't matter how far you are from it, you always test the monthly 9. So bulls just want to consolidate and hold, move it up, avoid a 16% move. But if you get it, still not really bearish. It just looks like a monthly higher low. So that's all I have really on XRP. Really not looking bearish to me.
Just want to show you this before you guys go, because this has to do with what Farhan was showing us before, right? So you have like this point, you have this point, you have this point, you have the breakout. And actually, XRP came and fucking retested that aggressively, just like in the last time we looked at it, said that this would be an area of opportunity and this would be the area of maximum opportunity with this being your invalidation. And of course, it took the invalidation out by a millisecond, like by nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
Right?
An altcoin.
Like very shit coin. But this is that pattern that you were talking about, right, Farhan?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, and that's the setup. So then really logically now it's the expansion. You need to get that, which ties into possibly a really good quarterly in 8 days.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It just has to be slightly adjusted for altcoins and use the low before the low that you would normally use.
Always, yeah. I actually, even on Bitcoin, because before it really gets bullish, it goes and takes out the previous lows. So it makes it look more bearish. It kind of plays against the rule of trading.
like it loves bear traps.
Even on these tests of like a pattern like that, usually it's a very aggressive dump, which tests the line, the support line.
Yep. Well, happy Monday, you boys. You boys are done. Anything else you'd like to look at, say before you go?
No, all good. Just watch the Discord, watch the trading alerts, and I'll see you boys on the next stream.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego, señor Cochiloco. Bye, Alex. Thank you. Ok. Oh, wow. Oh, sí. Este sí es un mensaje, ¿verdad? Me acaba de llegar un gran mensaje para decirme que tengo crédito si quiero comprar marihuana. ¿Ven? Porque no he estado comprando. Ahora me ofrecen muchos descuentos. ¡Qué mundo! Habíamos visto esto la semana pasada, XRP. Veníamos de esta línea básicamente resistencia. La rompemos y dijimos, tenemos dos oportunidades grandes acá, 2.90 y esta de aquí abajo con una invalidación con este wick que obviamente se llevó. Pero pueden ver lo agresivo del gráfico, de cómo vino literalmente a retestear esto en un segundo y luego subió hasta por encima del EMA 100. Esto me hace pensar que esto va a ser demasiado fuerte, se va a mover tal cual como habíamos dicho a la alza y es lo que estamos esperando. Voy a quitar estos dibujos solamente para poder ver rápidamente cómo va XRP. Nada mal, honestamente, nada mal. Vamos a ver. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral porque ahí estábamos en la diaria. Trimestral pueden verlo perfectamente. Teníamos el cierre más alto en toda la historia de XRP, había sido aquí en los 2.2 y ahora estamos ante el cierre trimestral más grande de toda la historia. Si es que podemos, damas y caballeros, si es que podemos en 8, 17 horas cerrar aquí, estaríamos teniendo el cierre de XRP más alcista en toda la historia, con el setup de volatilidad más potente en toda la historia y continuaría expandiendo y probablemente yendo hasta la parte alta. Esto nos pone en tesitura muy alcista para XRP ahora, pero cualquier cosa puede pasar. Sobre todo, si este cierre es por encima de los 2.90, estaríamos literalmente a punto de ver algo ridículo en XRP. Así que voy a esperarme a ese entonces para no hacerla de pedo, pero empieza a verse bien. Volatilidad está contrayendo justamente acá. Ahora, ante contracción de volatilidad que habíamos tenido antes, habíamos tenido esta caída desde el 2021 hasta acá. Se repite cada que hay contracción, expansión a la alza, contracción a la baja. Atentos acá, lo que no está haciendo es yéndose a la baja. Lo que podría hacer esto, y cuando ven este tipo de acción de precio, esto podría ser una divergencia bajista. Atentos a ella, si es que no nos llevamos a este máximo. Así que ya nos empieza a pintar esto también, que podría ser el último impulso alcista antes de revertir y tenemos que estar pendiente con ello por la volatilidad, por la divergencia bajista que se está presentando acá enfrente de todos sus caritas y básicamente eso y ya. Voy a poner el HPDR para ver cómo está esto. Perfecto, colapsó. Me preguntas, Ryan, que qué te recomiendo si entraste en Rivian en 11.30. Depende cuál sea tu plan. Si es a largo plazo, pues es a largo plazo. Si es a corto plazo y ya tienes dinero y es de acuerdo a lo que tú crees que es bastante bueno, pues te lo llevas a casa, ¿no? Rivian está en 15.20 en este momento. Lucid está en 22.30. Nada mal de los que compramos Lucid últimamente y Tesla pues 4.34. Nada mal en realidad todo el portafolio. Qué puta locura. Y el año pasado nos fue cabrón, ¿no? Coinbase, el gas natural, lo mismo con Tesla, Rivian, Lucid. ¿Qué otras nos aventamos? Oclo, güey, puta madre. Ahí vamos, ahí vamos. Así que, Ryan, depende de ti totalmente, tío, lo que estés buscando hacer y cuál sea tu estrategia. Siempre antes de comprar, apúntenlo. ¿Cuál es su estrategia para que no les haga, ¿cómo se dice? Para que no les dé cosa. Entonces, ¿qué te digo, güey? Si quieres llevártelo a corto plazo, no te interesa hacerlo a largo plazo, etcétera, es un buen punto para vender. Probablemente veas los 16, 16.50, pero si yo no me pongo agresivo en mis take profits, depende de cada quien. Así que la decisión es completamente tuya. En fin, continuamos con XRP. Podemos ver que estamos dentro de la zona azul. No hemos tocado la parte alta. Hicimos un pre-front run. Venimos de acá. Esta se quedó en medio y vamos a ver aquí si podemos vencerla. Si no, iríamos a buscar los 2.25. Pero si ese sería el caso, yo pensaría que esto ya está algo acabadón y no es lo que yo esperaría ver en estos momentos. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad contrayendo. Expansión nos llevó para arriba. Lo pueden ver acá. Esta expansión de volatilidad para arriba, expansión de volatilidad para arriba, y una vez más comienzas a contraer. Esto todavía va a cerrar en ¿cuánto? En 6 días y 7 horas. Este gráfico de 2 semanas va a cerrar en 6 días y 7 horas, y la única sesión por debajo del promedio es esta. Así que tenemos que esperarnos a ver. Si cerramos por debajo sería y estaría diciéndonos muy probablemente, porque XRP tiene una relación muy cabrón en la mensual y en la de 2 semanas con la volatilidad. Para arriba, movimientos altos. Para abajo, contrayendo, movimientos a la baja. Por ahora estás bastante bien por encima del 50%. Veniste y rebotaste en el promedio del 9%. Y esto te debería llevar a poder romper este $3.04. De poder hacer eso, vas a tener un objetivo bastante alto en los 5.61, pero no vamos a empezar a decir mamadas todavía. Volatilidad contrayendo ante esta vela. Venimos a la parte baja de la zona azul y nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 3.11. Si podemos vencer los 3.11, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser máximos históricos en 3.67 y de ahí todavía más para arriba. Pero tenemos que ver. Y ahora, esto puede ser invalidado simplemente con cualquier cierre por debajo de la parte baja de la zona azul en 2.69. Ahí está, fácil de aprender. 2.69, un cierre por debajo de 2.69 te estaría prometiendo mínimo 2.50 hasta los 2.20. Pero por ahora está aguantando bastante bien. 5 días nos da, vamos a ver, volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, no de toda la historia, pero en uno de los puntos bajos de la tabla, abajo el 15%, preparando un setup, y en lo que ha estado haciendo eso en la diaria, el precio literalmente ha estado bajando, ¿ven? Entonces, yo creo que el movimiento que va a darnos grande va a venir de la diaria para arriba. La diaria es la primera que nos va a enseñar. Venimos y nos recargamos en el 34, que está en los 2.69, y ahora vamos para arriba buscando y tomando, reposicionándonos por encima del promedio del 21, que está aquí, es el amarillo, en los 2.84. Tenemos todavía 6 horas y 9 minutos para regresar a la media en los 3 y poder reventar esta media de los 3 y llevarnos estos máximos. Pero va a ser paso a paso. Pero este no. Es una vela de 5 días. Si cerramos acá, vamos a tener más probabilidad de venir a los $3. Pero estando debajo de la media, en realidad, si tienes este cierre, lo que te sugiere es que vendrías a la parte baja, a los 2.65 otra vez. Diaria tienes periodos de nula volatilidad y cuando la volatilidad cayó, el precio también. Interesante una vez más, la volatilidad. Ahora, quiere expandir por encima del promedio, pero recuerden que no cuenta hasta que esté por encima del 15%. Nos dio esta vela que tiene toda la cara de una tomada de liquidez. Aguantó ¿cómo se dice? La parte baja de la zona azul, aguantó el promedio del 100 y con eso deberíamos dar continuación a la alza. Y aquí es bastante sencillo. Lo estamos viendo en la diaria. Básicamente, ¿qué es lo que pasa cuando vienes de una zona como esta? Resistencia, 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 y la vuelves soporte, esto debería de reventar a la alza, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿dónde estamos mal si nos llevamos estos mínimos? Así de fácil. En los 2.7 para abajo, a la verga. ¿Es lo que es? 2.7. 2.69. 2.69 para abajo, al pito, estamos equivocados. Este rebote no va a ser tan fuerte como pensamos o no fue nada. Pero del otro lado, cierres por encima de 2.90 o de 3, nos empezarían a empujar y a buscar estos objetivos de vencer el 3.14 y el 3.18. Una vez que te lleves estos mínimos, vas a tener un pump bastante significante, pero vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado acá para ver a dónde va estos shekels de XRP en estos momentos. Interesante, buena gráfica, bueno todo. Se ve todo un poco dramático, ¿no? No voy a mentirles. Se ve todo algo dramático en el mundo de cripto, pero todo bien, no ha cambiado nada, no tenemos... lo que sí tengo que decir es, personalmente yo veo, tendremos un impulso alcista, yo creo que máximos históricos fue lo que ya vimos y lo único que porque nos están incitando a todos a entrar a la bolsa. Y cuando hacen eso es normalmente cerca de un pico. Y ahora estos picos normalmente cuando hacen esto ocurren un mes hasta 3 meses. Y una vez más, solamente esto coincide también con mi bias, entonces no lo tomen como asegurado, simplemente es lo que está dentro de mí que me está diciendo eso, así que igual y está completamente equivocado, nos vamos a máximos históricos en todo una vez más, todo el mundo es rico todo el tiempo, etcétera, y en realidad el que eso pase es lo que jodería más a la gente, junto con precios de las casas subir otra vez, etcétera, pero no sé qué tan realista pueda ser. Así que, perdón, me acosté a darle besos a Vini, ahora estoy lleno de pelo del buen Vini de Pitbull. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen, ya saben de cómo está la cosa y voy a checar los comentarios esta vez sí para ver qué es lo que opinaron de lo que hablamos del tío Klaus Schwab. Y lo que quiero hacer, yo creo que lo voy a hacer mañana. Sí, mañana. Quiero hacer un video para todos ustedes que me siguen ahora y que les gustan mucho los nuevos videos que estoy haciendo de espiritualidad, etcétera. Les voy a simplificar espiritualidad y bajarles el balón cabrón, que es lo que más le cuesta trabajo a todo el mundo. ¿Cómo puedo entender esto? Y creo que tengo una buena explicación, aunque no lo voy a escribir, no lo he escrito, así que vamos a ver si es cierto y si no. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho, mucha suerte en sus inversiones, a darle con Toño de Valdés y nos vemos pronto. Gracias por su